Federal Communications Commission has determined the following content to be emotionally harmful.
Funny things that you think's funny aren't funny.
Give me cocks all the time. I want cocks all over me.
The Alan Cox Show kicks ass, man.
Welcome.
Show me what you got.
You're not going to see a lot of cocks on TV.
Alan Cox from the Alan Cox Show.
I don't know what it's about you, but I can't even stand your voice.
I think you're the biggest asshole alive.
It's going to be a great show.
Let's kick it. I'll say kick it, and you'll just kick it with a tasty groove, okay? 1, 2, 3, kick it. Kick it. Come on. God damn it. Could you one time kick it? What the?
Alan Cox.
Here we go. He'll ad-lib. He'll be fine.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Hey, what's going on? Good afternoon. Fire up your hand crank radio. And welcome. Good afternoon. My name's Alan Cox. Thanks for being here. Say hi to Bill Squire, who's right over there.
Creepy hugs from a little stinker.
You're a little stinker?
I'm a little stinker today.
Mary Santora is in Midtown Manhattan.
What up?
Where I have to imagine she has power at home. I know there were some... You got a little wet yesterday.
I was so mad. It started thunderstorming while I was at work, and then I had to walk like 15 minutes to a show. So I even borrowed someone's umbrella, and I was soaked up to my knees. And then like the back of my shirt, because of the way the wind was coming, I was completely drenched. Everything in my backpack was wet. My pants were soaked. I was like, I hate this city so much.
You need to get one of those plastic ponchos.
It goes all the way down?
Yep.
Yeah, like down to your shoes.
Yep.
Yeah, for sure.
Just clear so everybody can still get your outfit of the day.
Obviously.
In their eye holes, but you will be bone dry. Bone dry!
Bone dry.
Gobbledygook!
Well doodle.
Well doodle bone dry.
Why even
More than 300,000 people in Northeast Ohio, including yours truly, remain without power.
I am also without power?
Yeah.
My sister, too.
I'll tell you what, boy. Of course, coming into work this morning, it was everybody trading their horror stories of yesterday or whatever. It took me 90 minutes to get home last night. Left here around a little bit after 7 o'clock, and I got home around 8:30. And by the time I got to my not my neighborhood, but like by the time I hit Bay Village, it was just a goddamn war zone. And I had to there was no straight way you could go anywhere. I'm sure a lot of people ran into this. Where I would have to take all kinds of side streets, and then you'd look down, and there would be, the caution tape, and it was just, it was bananas. And you get the initial, if you sign up for them, I got the initial text from, I don't even know who the hell the power company is anymore. The Illuminating Company or First Energy or, I don't know, Duquesne Light. I don't know who the hell we have anymore.
The Illuminating Company and First Energy are like the same up here, but there's like and I don't get updates like that. I have to wait for my building to tell me the updates because I don't pay for the power. So
right.
The
well, the text updates are useless. I mean, the first one said,
that's what I figured.
Back on at 7 o'clock. I'm like, well, that's not going to happen. I mean,
right.
I'm sure everybody's seen photos, depending on where you are, tornadoes touch down and derechos, which are just long, straight lines of storms. And, you see photos of rows of utility poles that were down like dominoes. And, my street, strangely enough, was pretty clear. There was nothing crazy. But nobody around us has power. And, on my way home, because people were like, well, I got to get some food, right? Every fast food joint had lines like spilling out into the road. Everybody, think of the fast food place that you would never, ever go to. That place had a line going around the block because people trying to get food before they went home. My meal prep delivery for the week got delivered yesterday, so it's sitting there. I'm like, well, it's for lunch anyway, so I was going to bring it in, but I was like, well, I can't
refrigerate it.
I can't refrigerate it. I mean, bring it in here for work anyway. And then last night we all got in the car and kind of drove around, see what was going on. It was creepy. It was like, it looked like the early days of COVID, right?
It was
where like everybody was kind of, I've never seen so many people walking and jogging and they're walking their dog or out with their kids because there's nothing else to do.
Be in the house.
Nothing else to do. Thank God it was kind of cool last night, right? Normally it's been like 76 and muggy at night. Last night it was kind of cool because that storm had come through and there was a nice breeze. But and then this morning I have an annual checkup, and the week before I go in for a blood draw so that the week I go see my GP, he can look it over and go over it with me. And so I had the appointment for my blood draw this morning, and the nurses were milling around outside because they couldn't even get into the building. So I'm like, I assume you guys are not conducting business today. And she's like, no, you call later on and we'll reschedule. But you're going to have to wait to play Elden Ring a little bit longer if you don't have power. And it's largely anecdotal because the updates, at least insofar as I've seen them, have been practically non-existent. So I was talking to some people here in the office this morning who live all in different parts, and they're like, this is going to be like a week-long thing, right?
It's going to be
which
an
is really going to suck.
Yeah,
it's going to be an ordeal. So it's really going to be no fun at all for people that don't have power.
Yeah, on my way out of the city, I was going down West Huron over by the casino. They had that closed off because a light pole blew over and the traffic lights fell down.
Yeah.
Like into the street, and there's like live electrical lines flopping all over. So then I turn, go down Ontario, and while I'm over there, there's another light pole with like the street signs on it. Fell onto a car, split that car basically in half, and then all
like
the way down
disaster movies.
Yeah, like all the way down Edgewater is just so much debris. So many trees fell down. A tree in the building next door to me fell into the pool.
Yeah.
So they have all that to deal with. Luckily, it wasn't great because I had to, walk up 10 flights of stairs. I need the exercise. Shut up, stupid. Shut up, stupid. I'm telling my story.
So good because I live at the top of the floor.
And I said it wasn't great, but I could use the exercise, so it wasn't that bad.
How's
Go
that
up
without
there.
Electricity, idiot.
And then it's not great, but, like I said, the exercise is good. Got up there, got my dog, did all that, and then went and stayed at my girlfriend's last night because she did have power.
Yeah.
So that came in handy.
That's right.
But yeah, same thing. There was no place to go to get food that didn't have 300 people inside or a line around the block.
And everything in your fridge and freezer you're going to have to throw out anyway. So, yeah. It's
and I can't even, I don't have a gas stove, so I can't cook anything.
Right.
Well,
and I don't really eat anything. Like, most of the food that I eat is fresh.
Go out back in the grill. That's what we're going to end up doing. We're grilling for the rest of the week.
I'll just go back to my girlfriend's.
The big difference here is that when a lot of people do Uber Eats or like DoorDash or whatever. So last night we didn't have storms as bad as Ohio, but it was thunderstorming for like the most of the night from about 5 o'clock until, I went to bed around midnight. And, there was so many dudes out on their little bicycles delivering DoorDash and Uber, and I felt so bad for them because I'm like, these people don't have cars. This is how they make their money, and they're out here in these torrential downpours just taking people their food. I'm like, I'm surprised they weren't like, hey, we're not doing this tonight.
You're going to make money.
Yeah.
The restaurants,
restaurants are open.
That's perfect for them. If they have power, they're like, hey, listen, man.
Yeah, but I'm saying that sucks for the delivery guy.
Well, of course, but if they're doing a whole bunch of them, hopefully they get.
I hope people are tipping
tipped
them
well.
fat.
Yeah, hope so. So it's at the very least, I think it's going to be a multi-day ordeal for most people. Yeah,
I don't expect my power to get back on.
I couldn't believe I hadn't seen a single truck out by us.
We
saw
are
a clear.
bunch.
I didn't see any. I was reading a thing this morning that said I was kind of keeping an eye on one of the mega threads on Reddit, and they were like, you'll kind of get the information in stages, like they're dispatching people, then they're going to assess the situation. We're not even to the dispatch level. So one street over from me, there was a giant tree that has completely blocked the road. Again, my street is pretty clean, fortunately, but big whoop if nobody has power. But I didn't even see a truck like overnight or this morning. I was out running for a bit, and I didn't see anything. So I don't know. They talk about how they're calling in help from other states and things like that, but I didn't see truck one.
I saw a bunch of trucks. I saw them all on my street. I saw them all down West 117th. So I feel like they're out there doing what they can, but there's just so many down that it's going to take a while to restore everything.
21 years ago, 2003, I was living in Pittsburgh, and that was the year of the giant blackout. Huge swaths of the eastern seaboard. And I remember at the time, it was a joint investigation between Canada and the United States of First Energy. They said that First Energy had failed to understand the inadequacies in their Cleveland-Akron area system. And I thought, wow, glad I don't live there. And, of course, they didn't do anything about that because the law in this country doesn't have any electricity reliability standards. So they just go, we'll see what we can do.
We'll figure it out when we get there.
Yeah, we'll patch that up. What are the chances that's going to happen again? But here we all are. So it's going to be a real fun week. And despite coming to work today and thinking perhaps there might be a brief respite, we got the email from the building saying that they're working on the HVAC system for the remainder of the week. And the air conditioning will probably not be working. So whatever, first world problems. A lot of people are in the same boat. It's something that, say it with me, can bring us together.
Oh, God did to punish us. I thought that's what you were going to say.
No, God didn't. Okay, I've got a break. I'll have, you want to join us on the boat? Couple of weeks, the Alan Cox Show cruise, Captain Fun's floating fandango, whatever you want to call it. We're going out on the Good Time 3 on the 24th. We'd love to have you along. So hopefully power will be restored by then, and you can come join us and have a good time. So I'll have those tickets for you later on, get you some Guardians passes, and whatever else we can throw in there. 35192. Want to text me for anything, and we'll be back.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and your favorite smart device. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show.
On iHeartRadio.
iHeartRadio.
Olympics update.
The U.S. women's volleyball team is one step closer to its second straight Olympic gold medal after beating Poland to
I quit my job. We don't have approval.
Listen to Math and Magic, stories from the frontiers of marketing with Bob Pittman on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app, search Math and Magic, and start listening.
Should you dance or should you not dance?
You can dance like no one's watching. He'll talk like no one's listening.
It's better that you don't.
Alan Cox.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Baseball, yeah, baseball. Didn't feel it all of that. Baseball, yeah, baseball. It's fun just swinging the bat. Now football is
Guardians are playing as we speak. They're losing to the D-backs. A little afternooner there at Progressive Field. 4-1. It's the bottom of the fifth. Today was the Today was the big iHeart staff ball game. Bill Squire was over there.
Oh yeah, I had to go hang out with our people.
He's wearing a jersey of White Sox legend Jim Thome, which I don't quite understand.
Cleveland, and it's Jim Thome, but he's a Cleveland legend.
Not familiar with that, but
his best years.
It was.
Does Bill still have his sunglasses on, like a D-bag?
Do you have sunglasses
on?
He had them on the whole first.
Oh, he did.
I
really?
put them on partway
Why?
through. Because why not?
Because your future's so bright.
No,
he's got to wear
not at all.
No, they would be on the back of his head then.
That was an incredible one that caught me off guard.
What?
I'm gonna give it up for that.
Also, ouch.
Are you saying like his future's behind him? Because that's what I took it as.
Oh no!
I took it as his prime is in the past.
Oh come on! It's
not
the way you took joy in that. Too.
God,
wow.
she just exploded.
She does not
That was
like
such
me.
a dumb throwaway line, and she loved it.
Is that what you meant?
Yeah, that's what I meant.
I know that's
But
what you
she
meant.
loved it.
I wasn't ready for it. It caught me completely off guard.
Listen, all of our best years are behind us. I hate to tell you that, but
the news about me is it's all been pretty bleak. So shut up.
Yeah, it's hard to figure out where the demarcation line is with any of us, but
In that
there it
case.
is.
Are you drinking?
Oh, is he popping a pop?
Alan, kick
Look
him
at this
out.
guy. He's not operating the board. It's fine. He can do whatever he wants. I can't. I'm the
Hey.
board operator.
Rob Anthony said to me, push it to the limit. So I'm just taking the boss's orders.
Mm-hmm.
I think his text to me was actually, you know your limits, and you've been doing this a long time. And I took that as push it to the limit. So this one's for you, Bobby.
Maybe he said take it to the limit, and he wanted me to do a rock block of Eagles on the Buzzard.
I'd be fine with that.
Yeah. Bill went over to the game, and how was it? Who all went? I saw basically everybody who was here this morning.
Yeah, everybody was here.
Decked out in some kind of Guardians gear. The rest of us stayed behind, to keep everything running and do all the work, and that's fine. But I'm glad everybody got over there and had a good
I was
time.
hanging out with Ryan and Marlena and
Marlia.
Marlia, that's the one. And best friend.
I hope you called her Marlena.
I'm not.
Marlena, see you later. Have a good time.
Everybody's just, hey, you.
She is 4 feet tall,
Yeah.
so it's probably easy to.
Marlia, Ryan, everybody that's in like these.
Rob?
Rob was not
Yep.
there. He did not show up.
Oh, I thought you said you were talking to him.
We were texting.
Oh.
Because they gave us tickets with money on them. And then also there's a guy, a listener, a big fan, Michael. Love you, Michael. That just gives me booze there.
I see.
So I have to be
This
careful.
is a guy
not
working
to
one
go
of the
in-
booths, or
Yeah, he's just one of the bartenders there.
Wow,
He's
okay.
just the
Name,
best.
he's probably not allowed to do that, dummy.
What?
What?
That's why I only said his first name.
Okay.
what if there's only one Michael that works in all
in
of
entire
Progressive Field?
Yeah.
Not a very common
Yeah.
name. You just sold this
And
dude
also,
out.
it's just a silly joke. I paid for everything.
a silly joke.
Wait, hold
That's
on.
why
I
he
gotta
shouted
put
him
the
out, because it
glasses
was a
down.
joke.
No. Dude, our listeners are the best because
Agreed.
there's also another big fan. We'll call him Jason, that works.
Because that's his name?
Yeah. At Blossom. And boy, was he kind to me on Monday night. So I love our boys.
Mary, do you ever get free stuff from our listeners? Ever?
No, our listeners pay me to look at my feet, so I feel like
Yeah,
I'm
that's true.
kind of winning.
Yeah.
Did you
Which
get those
I-
shoes?
No, but I'm close.
Are you supposed to get shoes?
Well, Bill sent me this really solid pair of Jordans that I never like they're Jordan 4s. For
Oh, this isn't a
sneakerheads
dude
listening.
buying you shoes.
Well, it might be.
It might be. So
We're working on it.
I've never owned 4s before, Jordan 4s. I have 1s and I have 3s, and I've never really liked 4s, but he sent me this pair that's like all white with a certain
green
shade of
accents,
green
yeah.
that I wear all the time. It's like a hunter olive kind of green that I wear constantly. And so he sent me these, and he's like, you should get these. So I hit up, I have a New Foot guy.
Ooh.
Which, okay, I don't know if this is hillbilly or if this is feminism. You guys go ahead and judge. He's a guy that subscribed to my sister's OnlyFans.
Mm-hmm. He wants to keep it in the family.
Well, he wanted foot content, and she was like, hey, my feet aren't the best.
She's like, I'm sorry, this is all vagina and butthole content over here. You're going to have to go to my sister for anything below the knee.
Well, that's her specialty, you know.
Yep,
and
she's more torso content.
She'll show whatever. And she's like, I'll send you pictures of my feet, but my sister specifically does feet. So my sister actually referred this guy to me. And, women supporting women.
Nice, clean butthole.
And so he's been only around for like a week and a half, maybe 2 weeks. And I hit him up, and I was like, hey, I really like these shoes. Like, what do you think if I trade you a couple pictures or a video for these shoes? So he might be buying me those shoes.
You're getting into some bartering now.
Well, yeah, because they're like $250 shoes.
I understand.
I don't really want to spend $250.
We know your price.
Right.
Hey, listen, if anybody wants to buy me shoes, I'll show you my feet.
You probably have hobbit feet.
They're not bad.
Are you sure?
I don't do anything.
I'll show you my feet for a generator from my house. How about that?
Well, my feet are like, I take care of them. They're not like, I stand on stage. It's not like I have gross feet.
Yeah, but you're not out there barefoot.
Right, but I'm saying like they're not like for her to be like, oh, they're hobbit feet. They're just regular. It doesn't
Regular
matter.
feet, yeah.
I don't care what my feet look like. I want you to buy my shoes.
Most men don't have great feet.
I have beautiful feet for a man. I get
I
regular petties and scrubs and the whole bit.
Idea.
Yeah.
We put Alan's feet, my feet, Mary's feet, all in one picture.
We've talked about this before, and Mary's gonna win. I mean, she still has feminine. I assume I haven't seen them, but she's still gonna have feminine feet.
My
I wouldn't
toes are
even.
painted, too.
I bet there's some people. We'll paint our toenails.
Yeah, I used to every summer.
There's some people that probably won't even be able to figure out the difference.
We can do that.
I mean, my feet are big. We're size 13, but I'm not gonna put the pictures next to an object to make them look big, unless that's what you want.
Like a credit card.
Yeah.
Like a 13 wide or a 13 standard or what?
13 standard.
Okay.
They're not.
You don't have to like special order shoes. Or
they're not. They're not. Like they're chunky.
I wear like a 6.5, 7, which is a 5 or 5.5 in men's. So Bill, your feet are almost 3 times as big as mine.
My girlfriend's around the same size, and her feet are literally the size of my hand.
Yeah.
She's got shoes that she leaves at my place, and I'll look at them and just be like, how is this for an adult human? You're allowed to drive and vote, and this is what your foot is?
You're walking around with her shoes on your hands like, bo-beep-domp. Look, honey, bo-beep-domp. No, I'm a size 9, so I have, I'm sure I have smallish feet for a guy.
You probably have feminine-looking feet.
I'm sure I do.
If we put our 3, it would be like a progression where I have obviously the most girly-looking feet, and then Alan's are a nice transition if you're trying to get into men's feet.
Right.
You have a good transition foot.
Yeah, I'm middle feet.
Alan, pull out those tootsies.
Yeah, okay.
I want to see them.
Well, you will see them, right?
I'm on a delay, but yeah.
Yeah, no, I can't move the cameras though. That's the problem. I don't want to
it's about soles too. They like the soles
they like
too.
the
Like if
soles?
you can scrunch your toes down and give a real wrinkly looking sole, that's a very, very popular thing.
Yeah. I'm gonna take a picture and send it to the
your
group
toes.
chat.
And his tops of his feet too, his toes.
All right.
I need to know what his toes look like. And based on what men tell me about how beautiful my feet are, I will then judge your feet.
Ooh, we touch toes.
Hey!
Oh boy!
Our pinkies kissed.
Ew! That's the balanced toe, I think.
I got a petty last week.
Also,
so.
I gotta stand up. Hold on. I gotta stand up because mine was like a weird slope of the ankle.
Oh, that's the other thing is that arches.
The slope of the ankle, does that matter?
But I need
I
need your sole. Let me see your sole.
Oh, the bottom?
Arches.
Yeah.
Arches.
I don't have any arches.
Ooh, flat
Now you
feet.
gotta take one of mine.
I think I have
take
flat
one
feet.
of my sole.
Flat feet. Bill, can you see me on Zoom?
Yeah.
There you go.
Put it like, oh, you guys are already done?
Yeah, I was
Okay,
sending
never
it to you.
mind. Okay.
Wait, put
No,
yours up
I'm
there
not
for a
putting
freebie.
it back up there. No,
We had
I'm
to
not giving
zoom
a
out to
freebie.
fit Bill's in the frame.
I'm not doing that.
And then we had to zoom
That's right,
in to
you
get
know-
mine.
You know what?
High arches.
I forgot I still had the sunglasses.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm sure that's a great picture.
The wild thing over here showing his feet.
Yeah.
High arches are a big deal too. And I don't have
Big deal,
super
good or bad?
Good. I don't
Yeah.
have super high arches, but I have a really good arch.
No, I have to put insoles in like all my shoes.
Well, I'm sure there's a community for flat feet as well. I mean,
Yeah.
everybody's into something, right?
Again, I don't know if they're flat, but I don't have. I've had like chiropodist or something be like, "Hey, you know, this is gonna maybe cause you some
All right,
problems."
send us to the group chat your sexiest foot pick
Well,
because
you guys aren't going to find them sexy because
Use a banana.
I
for,
understand that.
Use a banana for
but
scale.
I need yes, we need this as a scale situation because looking at our feet, there's nothing more revolting.
Oh, I just got
Our feet don't look terrible.
They're
I
not
mean,
terrible, but I couldn't imagine ever looking at these and being like, "This
Bill,
is
your
it."
feet are
This is
really
worth money,
smooth.
huh?
I told
Bill's
you.
feet are very smooth. For being a big guy, I thought you would have crusty heels.
I wear a new pair of shoes every day.
Right, and I get pedicures. So
Alan, yeah, yours look like they were wet, like you got out of a tub.
wet.
Are your feet
Yeah, here's our kind of wet look.
No. You know what that is? No, that's from the waffle of my socks.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
his sock waffle.
Yeah. I never told you about my sock waffle.
You got that sock waffle.
Oh
Your
no.
sock waffle.
That's where I do all my waffle stomping.
Ew. Yeah, Alan, yours are wouldn't say beautiful. Well, for a man, I don't look at a lot of man feet. But yeah, yours are a little more feminine looking. Bill, you got a nice foot.
I told you.
I'm surprised.
He told you. Yeah, they're not hobbit feet.
No, they're not. They're hairy.
Yeah, well,
They're supposed to be hairy.
I can deal with that.
Yeah.
One of
I
the
mean,
things-
my buyer's probably gonna want a little bit of a hairy foot.
You got to know your audience. Your audience will find you,
Yeah.
basically.
The things I get complimented on for my feet are the high arch, the fact that my toes go in descending order, that the second toe is not bigger than the first toe.
Oh, the old Morton's foot. Yeah, you don't
Yes.
want that.
Yeah,
That's
that's
a
the one
big
thing. My toes, my first three toes are all about the same length.
Yeah. So that might work against you a little bit.
Mhm.
Hold on, I'm trying to send you guys pictures that you are absolutely not going to find attractive because you're not into feet. But I did just get a pedicure, and they look really good right now.
Yeah, I mean, like, I get why those look more like better than ours.
Yeah.
But at the same time, I'm not like, if you're into feet, I'm happy.
Yeah,
for
feet aren't
you.
my thing. Like I
But
don't,
it
mi-
is not
I don't,
something
I
that
don't
I'm like,
mind them. I'll
boy.
suck on some toes, but
Yeah.
I'm not like a foot guy.
You'll suck on toes because it makes the woman feel good. It's not because you're like, give me those piggies.
Maybe I don't ask. I mean,
You don't ask. If it's by your mouth, you just throw it in.
hell's yes.
There you go.
That's right. Anything that's by my mouth when I'm having sex, it goes in, Mary.
Ew.
Sorry, but that was just a crazy line. That's a crazy
That's
thing
a
to
crazy
say.
thing to say. That's okay. I sent you guys a couple. where
Yeah,
it's just
there's a
like
whole
the-
bunch.
All right, stop sending them already. You're not getting any of my money.
Well,
Yeah.
no, and then like one with nylons on so you can see the arch of my foot.
All right, if anybody wants to buy me a pair of shoes, I'll send you Mary's feet pics.
Don't do that. No
I
second
won't.
market foot pics.
No.
And then the last one I sent you is a scrunch picture, which is what a lot of guys like. A lot of guys are into. They
The
wanna
scrunchies?
see-
The
I don't know
scrunching. Oh
why.
God, no.
The scrunching of the
no.
bottom of your soles.
Oh,
is
looks
what
I'm
like
having
a,
like a diehard moment over here.
looks
where,
like Sharpays.
where I'm making fists with my toes on the carpet.
Fists with my toes.
A lot
Well-
of guys like that. They are more into soles than they are into like pretty pedicured toes. They'd
I
rather
see.
your
They
soles.
don't want it too perfect, right?
Some guys they specifically are like, hit me up when you're about to get your next pedicure. I want to see chipped toenail polish. I want to see your nails kind of uneven. If one of
Wow.
them's broken, that's even better. Like,
Isn't it amazing all the things people are potentially into? Like, there's a
Right.
market for everything. Yeah.
Everything. People are into everything.
Alan, PSA, Normandy High School in Parma and Valley Forge High School in Parma Heights are open until 8 p.m. tonight. People can charge their phones while they're in the company of others dealing with the aftermath of the storm.
That's smart.
But
My daughter-
if you have a red dot on your address, you still can't go.
What is that?
My
What?
Safe my safe neighborhood.
Oh, is that a thing? I don't know what that is.
You can't go near school, like sex offenders.
Oh, is that what it is?
You're going to be like, oh, I'm just here charging my phone. Like, beat it.
A red dot on your address. No, like all night last night, my daughter was just like going in there ready to pull her hair out. Nora's like, do we have Wi-Fi yet? I'm like, we're not going to have Wi-Fi for the foreseeable future. The first person that's going to talk when the thing comes on is Alexa.
My sister
She's going to tell you when the Wi-Fi is back on.
My sister said after like 2 hours of the girls being in the house with no Wi-Fi and no TV, she's like, screw this, we're going to the mall. They just like went and walked around the mall because they were like, we can't go outside because it's storming. There's nothing to do in here. I'm like, play cards.
There's power
play
lines
like a
everywhere.
game.
Yeah. I mean,
But also it's getting dark, too.
Right. Yeah, like I got home around 8:30, and then we kind of took a drive around to assess the damage in the neighborhood, and then we just kind of got back home. We had lanterns and lights and things, but we just like read, one of her books, a read book to her or whatever. But for the first like 24 hours or whatever, it's kind of nice.
It is.
But it's in the second, third, and fourth day where you're like, well, we have to throw everything out of the fridge and the freezer. That sucks. Yeah. And
All right, how long will that stop?
At least in the wintertime, if there's no power, you can make a fire if you got a fireplace.
Like a day.
Yeah.
Like, if you've got stuff in there, your power
I don't have
yesterday,
much, so like anything that I have in
tonight,
there.
Or even then, I mean, don't eat cheese, but like.
No. Not, like I had some chicken and some steak that when I got home, I put in my freezer because it was still pretty cold in there. But even then, I'm like, by the time I'm able to get to this, I don't think it's going to be good. So we're
going to have to toss everything. I just know it. We have a freezer in our fridge. We have a chest freezer downstairs. I have 2 huge drink fridges in the garage. I mean, those probably don't, those can just get warm and then you can cool them down again. But still a pain in the ass.
Your families growing up, were you guys game families where you would play like cards or board games?
No.
No? Bill?
I mean, I wouldn't say we were a game family. We would play Monopoly occasionally. We had board games, but we weren't
never really did
there wasn't like game night. No,
We never had game night, but we were a big card family.
Yeah.
And my sister and her kids, they have an entire closet full of games. And I love that because if the kids are already used to like playing games, I think it's fun when it's like, power's out and you set up a couple candles and you play Sorry or something like that.
It is fun for a little bit. Like a day it's fun, and then day 2 or 3. And you can't blame kids. They're used to Wi-Fi now, right? It's not their fault.
Constantly.
Yeah. I told my daughter last night, I go, it's okay to be bored, by the way. It's actually a very important thing to learn is how to be bored. And she's like, I know. I just like this. I go, I get it. I just have to say it out loud.
When Brian moved into his house, he had no board games. And that like shocked me that I was like, you don't have a deck of cards here? So one of my like housewarming gifts to him, I bought him Monopoly, Yahtzee, a deck of cards, and I think maybe like Candyland or something. I bought him like a bunch of board games because I'm like, you should have a contingency plan. Like not just if the power goes out, but like if it's raining and you don't feel like watching a movie or whatever, just something to do that's different.
My wife's family are huge playing cards people. Like they
my-
don't go anywhere. When her cousin got married weekend before last, like they're, you know how like weddings they have like the little tokens or gifts for people who come that have like the bride and groom's names on them. Theirs were like custom playing card decks.
That's awesome.
Yeah. They're heavily into that.
My roommate and I had a night off a couple weeks ago where both of us didn't have shows and we weren't really feeling like going out or anything like that. So I asked her, I was like, hey, have you ever played Rummy? And she was like, no. And I was like, well, do you know how to play like cards at all? Because I feel like if you can play like poker or even like if you have a concept of card games, it's not that hard to learn. And her and I sat and played Rummy for like 2 hours just playing cards. And I like that. I think that's like a really
you refuse to teach anybody how to play douche clue or whatever that one's called.
Euchre?
Yeah, that's
douche clue. It was Colonel Mustard in the library with a candlestick. And he's a real douche.
If it's douche clue, it would be Colonel Mustard in the club with Axe body spray.
Yeah, you got it, baby. F you, Colonel Mustard.
That's killing it with the ladies in a different way.
Yeah.
I like
rape.
I like cards.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, go to break.
Oh, I pulled the rape card in Clue.
To death.
What's that, Daddy?
That's how they died?
I haven't played Clue in a long time.
In the study of all the places?
Yeah. All right, good.
Well,
I'm gonna break here. Hey, I wonder if Blue Heron Brewery in Medina has power, because I'm going to give you $50 gift card to them. Voted best brewery by Ohio's craft brewers. They would know. They got a great patio. Menu is great. So we'll come back, and I'll hand off $50 to Blue Heron Brewery. Even if you're not in Medina, it's worth the trip. I'll have tickets for you later on. Go see the Guardians game. I'll have those King Diamond tickets for you as well. Put you on the Alan Cox Show cruise in a couple of weeks. 35192. Want to text me for anything else? You can watch live, if you can, at alancoxshow.com.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio app. We got stuff
with daily goals and tangible actions that address global issues most important to you. Connect with other global citizens and celebrate a better tomorrow. Create change every day. Download the Global Citizen app now, available in the App Store and Google Play.
Portions of the following program were pre-recorded.
This is The Buzzard.
From the Bath Authority Studios.
100.7 WMMS, Cleveland.
All right, I'm told Medina has power for the most part, so $50 to Blue Heron Brewery might just put you in a good mood. Any kind of get-together you got. You going on a date? You get a girls' night? Want to take the family out? You can do it at Blue Heron Brewery. Voted best brewery by Ohio craft brewers. They got a great menu. Patio's awesome. You can get online and reserve your spot now. BlueHeronMedina.com. $50 gift card for you. Caller 10. Good luck. Bon appetit. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
If you find yourself breathless with constant laughter, congratulations. Now, could you tell us what show you're listening to? It sounds fun. This is the Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
I am a lineman for the county, and I drive the main road, searching in the sun for another overload.
Make sure that you're nice to the linemen, and have to be line women out there too. Some of those people, especially with a storm of this magnitude, some of those people really take a lot of heat from people. I mean, people screaming at them, and it's not their fault what's going on, right?
And there's people freaking out on their, like, they're posting messages on their Ring apps, which I didn't know was like a social
On their
thing.
oh, yeah.
Yeah, like, and they're like, a lot of you don't like your kids or your wives or your girlfriends because you are all freaking out.
I mean, I went right to my...
You have to be around them without any interruption.
Yeah, every one of those apps now has a social component to it, right? There's one called Nextdoor for people who really want to be in their neighbor's business.
No.
It's kind of sold to people ostensibly as like a way to, like, you know, one hand washes the other or whatever, but it always devolves into people complaining and screaming about something. But I know last week when there was a water main break in my neighborhood and I turned on my shower and it was a trickle, I didn't know what was going on. I went right to that Ring app because I knew people were going to be talking about it. And that's where I found out what was going on. But for people who are, you know, you'll see, if you know anybody who works out there on the lines, you know, doing this kind of cleanup work, they'll have plenty of stories to tell you of people screaming at them. And but there's so much red tape with those kinds of jobs that you got to keep that in mind. A lot of times, you know, people complain that they're just sitting around or whatever. They're waiting to, like, get the green light to, like, do a certain thing, or, you know, they got to get the okay to re-energize portions of the lines. And so it's all very systematic. And obviously, that's not a job you want them rushing. I mean, in a sense you do, but not to the extent where it's going to cause safety issues. So the people who are out there in the field, you know, if they're working for ComEd or they're working for whatever these companies are, there's a lot of red tape involved. There's other people who have to come out and assess the situation. So it's a pain in the ass for everyone, but I'm always amazed when you'll see people, like, in their front yard, like, yelling at the line workers, you know, especially if it's a day where it's like 100 degrees out, you know. It seems like for the next week, it might actually be a little bit cooler than it has been. It's like it's only going to be in the mid-70s.
Yeah, it's going to be in the 80s.
Which is still warm, but I mean, that's a nice respite from, like, you know, 87-degree days back to back to back.
Dude, it was 93 yesterday. And then when I was walking to the train today, it was 71. And I was like, even though it's raining, I am in such a better mood not walking in 93-degree weather.
Yeah.
Like, I would rather, I'm fine with this rain right now because 20 degrees cooler is so much easier to exist in.
Sure. So, yeah, because for the most part, I think everybody's kind of been hearing the same thing. It's going to be a multi-day process getting people back up and running. I'm hearing, from people who got their power back in a pretty short period of time, but I think those people are in the minority. You're talking about hundreds of thousands of people. Especially out there in like the eastern rural areas. I mean, they're telling those people, they're like, maybe Friday night you'll be back online, So just be nice if you have any direct contact with those people out there. Who's helping on the live stream today? If you go to alancoxshow.com, you'll be able to watch the program. Chonky B Slick Slackle. Oh, Chonky. What does the B stand for? It's rare that we'll get a middle initial, and so I have to assume that since we have, it's important to Chonky. Do we have any idea, or they play that a little close to the vest?
Beefsteak.
Chonky Beefsteak Slick Slackle.
Yeah.
Well, that's a mouthful.
Yeah.
That's a tough one.
It's all right. I like it.
I've been seeing a lot of
I think it's very sexy.
A lot of voicemails from Brian pop up. I hope he's doing
good,
okay.
good.
I hope that he's got power.
Well, I got a freaky old lady named Cocaine Katie went bonkers on my jeans. I got my poor granddaddy driving my limousine. Hi!
All right, so Brian's doing okay. He's out there singing some Dr. Hook. He's killing it.
I got a freaky old lady named a Cocaine Kitty who embroideries on my jeans. I got my poor old
I thought he said she went bonkers on my jeans, which would be a better line.
My
limousine. Remember cover of the Rolling Stone from Dr. Hook? Mary remembers. From an album called Sloppy Seconds.
I remember our friend James Birch Jr. coming over to my house when I still lived on the same street as him in Lakewood.
Mm-hmm.
And, we listened to some Dr. Hook on my record player.
Oh, Dr. Hook.
Time.
Just when you're in love with a beautiful woman off that Pleasure and Pain album. This was on the radio when I was like in the first or second grade. And just listening to those 70s drums where they're just nonstop groovy and funky and all these little hi-hat slides. Oh, so good. And it's a cautionary tale. You're dating a hottie. You always got to keep eyes in the back of your head because everybody's trying to bang her.
When you're in love with a beautiful woman, you know it's hard.
Has Brian ever sung this to you, Mary?
Absolutely not.
Everybody wants her.
I mean, it would be very complimentary if he did. But imagine, you're in love with a beautiful woman and you're constantly looking around because they're like, everybody wants to bang my woman.
I mean,
we've all been there one time or another. Well,
you just don't want the beautiful woman to want to bang them.
Well, that's where the
key.
question mark comes in, right? When you're out kicking your coverage, as they say.
That's all I've ever done.
You gotta, Bill Squire, everybody. He's always keeping his head on a swivel to find out what people want to bang his girlfriend.
Pushing it to the limit because that's what Rob Anthony, our program director, told me to do.
Those verbatim, I believe those were his words.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, go in there and push it to the limit.
Push it to the limit.
Yeah.
I'm pushing it. I'm pushing it. You guys know that one?
Who is it?
I don't know.
I mean, your rendition isn't cluing me in at all, so I might need a little push, if you will.
That is Rick Ross.
Oh,
Push It by
I would
Rick
not
Ross.
have. I would not have grabbed that.
Yes, 2006.
Oh boy.
Yes.
There's simply no way to know how many years ago that was. But
I'm pushing it.
mhm.
I'm pushing it. That's how he would.
Wow.
It was about chasing dreams and stuff.
Oh, it wasn't about having sex.
I don't think so.
Okay, I mean, Rick Ross is a big guy,
might
so
have
I didn't know.
been.
All right.
No. All I seen was the struggle, like them trapped in this slum.
Push it. Is this Rick Ross?
No.
Yes, it
Push it. I thought so. Push it. They're singing about sex, though, I believe. For the people who are asking me, we'll get it together, and then we will have order forms for you for the 2025 Alan Cox Show foot calendar. I have already requested October and June. So from there, we'll, I don't know. We'll go from there.
Are
We'll
you going
see.
to give your feet a little Halloween costume?
I'm sorry?
What's the Halloween costume going to be for your foot?
Well, that would have to be revealed for the people who want to purchase a copy of the calendar. Right? Well, I'll say this. I'll give you a little bit of my pinky toe will be dressed up as a Beetlejuice.
Interesting.
Yeah, you know,
very topical with the sequel coming out.
A very tiny, shrunken head is what that will look like. So we're reading about a woman down there in Florida who was pulled over, and the cops were almost positive that she was in possession of some drugs, and that was confirmed for them when they found a giant Ziploc bag in her car that was labeled "Bag of Drugs."
Hell yeah.
You want to talk about pushing it to the limit. They pulled her over before noon.
When your type A personality gets you in trouble.
Yes. When you run afoul of the law because your label maker is just too addictive. What font do I want for this?
Comic Sans, of course.
Wingdings. Lauren Riley, 41. They pulled her over around noon yesterday. Officers said they found in her possession a big bag called Bag of Drugs. There was used foil in it. There was a straw. They initially scooped her up for an open container in the car, but then, of course, they rummaged through everything. And they found a bag of drugs. She had 3 grams of coke. She had 2 grams of crack cocaine. Had 1 gram of meth. 2 pills of amphetamine. 5 pills of alprazolam. What is that?
Xanax.
Okay. Whoa, Black Betty.
Xanax.
Or alprazolam.
Oh, good one.
There was a metal spoon, 4 glass pipes with residue. Am I pronouncing that correctly? Crack pipes?
Yes, crack pipes.
Crack pipe.
There was a plastic baggie with white residue, a full needle, and 2...
Probably mayonnaise.
and 2...
She's whiting from Florida.
Yeah, 2 straws. So, yes, her bag of drugs was more than correctly labeled. That scooped her up. You're supposed to put those things up your poop chute, though. You're supposed to hide those somewhere, not just rummaging around in your car.
Not in Florida where you don't say gay. Can't be putting things up your butt.
Yeah, but don't dudes still smuggle phones into prison and things like that way? I mean, they can say
they're
one
already
thing,
in
but
jail.
I see.
But if you don't want to go to jail.
What do you think about that? The guys who put a phone in there. A phone!
And not
like
one of those like skinny those are
any
pretty,
phone.
They're
It's
pretty
too big.
phones.
Well, no, I don't think they're not putting.
I was going through a bunch of phones. I'm like, no, I don't want any phones up my butt.
Not iPhones, obviously. The smallest possible flip phone they can find. But even that, think of the smallest. Because remember when small used to be state of the art?
Well, they couldn't the chocolate, the LG chocolate, or like the Razor.
Yeah, the Pebble.
That's thin, but it's still wide.
Yeah. They couldn't get phones small enough back in the day. That was the real mark of cutting edge. Then they became super big because people were watching television shows on their phone. They're like, oh, we need people to be walking around with like a phone the size of a dictionary up next to their head. But even this, think of the small, because I'm sure we all have a box of old phones. And if I were to go through mine, even the smallest flip phone, it'd be like, wow, how badly do I need a phone, and jam that up there.
But I think also, like, maybe those
buttons are gonna be
original
all gross.
Nokias. Do you remember those ones?
Yeah.
Those are probably the smallest and most conveniently shaped. Do you know?
I don't know
what I'm
that there
talking
is
about?
a convenient shape to put a phone up your ass.
But these guys are also that are getting phones into jail. Like they're using smartphones. Like they're putting it on TikTok and like they're posting.
Yeah, but that's probably not from a phone they smuggled in. I mean, that.
If
Who
they're
knows?
cool it is.
You know what? Maybe they work their way up. Maybe they start with like a jitterbug and then they get up to the iPhone 14 Max Pro or whatever.
Yeah, they have to do some
like sounding rods,
some stretching.
So yeah, I don't know how they're doing that, but you get a sidekick up there.
I had the original sidekick. And
yeah,
those were gigantic.
Some of these are really wide phones.
Luckily, it was still cargo pants era ish, so that came in handy.
The TCL Flip 2. That's a pretty thin flip phone. Nokia 2780. These are still available online. I mean, you can get them for $80. And everybody who buys a cell phone, either secondhand or firsthand, of course, everything they're doing with it is completely on the level.
Legal.
Completely above board and within the guardrails of American state and federal law. That Florida lady was really pushing it to the limit. She certainly was. Speaking of putting things in your ass, there's a dude in, where was this? Wasn't here. Thailand. Of course it was Thailand. Of course. Oh, I'm sorry, Vietnam. That's not the same country, right? Vietnam and Thailand?
I think they're different.
He put a 2-foot eel up there, and he didn't kill it. He put a 2-foot eel.
It killed him.
Well, he had to get surgery because it began to chew through his intestines.
Yeah.
He put a... It's interesting to me, the people who are so either deadened by the world or whatever, that they use their body as a suitcase.
Don't butt chug eels.
Don't
Especially if
butt
they're
chug
alive.
eels. You know, we've got this Captain Fun's floating fandango coming up.
I'm going to take the sunglasses off to make sure people know I'm serious right now. Don't butt chug eels, especially if they're alive.
The glasses off really drives the point home, I hope.
Mm-hmm.
Doctors in Vietnam had to remove a 2-foot eel after it began to chew through the man's intestines.
Ooh, they're going back on, by the way.
I'm sorry?
His glasses.
Oh, the glasses. They were able to save his life and extract the eel, but they had to remove part of his colon. Maybe this is a viral marketing for Alien Romulus. Maybe this is all made up. Maybe they paid the guy a lot of money just to do this.
Yeah, but then it's going to burst through his chest cavity to sell that movie.
God willing. A 31-year-old man went to the emergency room. He said he had severe abdominal pain. And, of course, they really had to drag it out of him as they're asking him questions that he had put an eel in his anus.
Where they're like, how'd this get here? And he's like, I fell on it.
I slipped in the shower.
Yeah, I slipped in the shower, and then a 2-foot eel went up my butt.
My pet eel, Pee-wee, went right up there. So they gave him some, they scanned him and prepped him for a colonoscopy. They were just going to pull it out. But he had also put a lemon up there.
For the eel to eat or to season it?
No, I guess what he told them was that it wouldn't come out the way it went in. Eel, then lemon. Boy, this guy's really having his own kind of fun. And then, of course, he was in terrible, terrible pain. And it had reached his abdominal cavity, and it just sounds like something that would kill you before you ever got to the emergency room. And so they had to pull out the eel. They had to pop the lemon out. I'll show you the photo here on the live stream, just for scale. Right there is there's the lemon. There is the eel. There's a little ruler there for scale. And they took it out of him. Jeez. Yeah.
I hate that I'm on a delay.
And so that you'll see it. They had to remove part of his colon because and they were worried about sepsis and things like that because fecal matter had already started to spill into his abdominal cavity.
And this was just because he liked the way it felt?
I guess he wanted something up there wriggling around.
Oh, my gosh. Wasn't the gerbils in, like, the 90s?
Well, I think that was kind of urban legend.
Like,
I don't know that was a thing.
Like, they sell toys for this at CVS now.
Yeah.
I mean, he's in a different country.
I remember if anybody ever read the book American Psycho 30 years ago, they tried to make it into a movie with Christian Bale, but it paled in comparison to what was in that book. There's a scene where he's putting gerbils into 2 hookers, and it doesn't end well for them. So this guy, though, still alive. Some people pointing out that the lemon with the seafood is a little on the nose, but okay, it wasn't supposed to come back out. But he's alive, and if nothing else, he's a cautionary tale. We can't all dramatically take off our glasses to drive the point home. Bill will do that. just to let you know.
I'm happy to.
Yeah, but it's not always going to go that way.
Or maybe he got taken for a ride.
Correct. All right, I got to take a break. Speaking of Captain Fun's Floating Fandango, if you want to go, all the tickets we had to sell are sold out. So you got to win. I got a ticket stop this Saturday and one next Saturday. I'll tell you about those when we get back. And I will hand off the next pair of tickets to you. So after the break, we'll do that. Anything else, you want to text me, 35192, AlanCoxShow.com for the rest.
This is the Alan Cox Show. Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app or whatever smart device you have. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
Win your way to our 2024 iHeartRadio Music Festival, presented by Capital One.
Starring Big Sean, Camila Cabello, Doja Cat, Dua Lipa, Gwen Stefani, Halsey, Hozier, Keith Urban, New Kids on the Block, Paramore, Shabuzi, The Black Crowes, Thomas Rhett, Victoria Monet, and more.
September 20th and 21st.
T-Mobile Arena here in Las Vegas.
Streaming live only on Hulu.
Keep listening for your next chance to be there.
At our 2024 iHeartRadio Music Festival.
Presented by Capital One.
Hey, pool season fanatics, your summer persona is calling. It's time for sun-soaked party scenes at MGM Grand, new luxury cabanas at Bellagio, and sandy beach living at Mandalay Bay. Show off your poolside, only with MGM Rewards. Visit MGMRewards.com for details.
From the Universal Windows Direct Weather Center, WMMS Weather.
Clouds giving way to some sunshine for your Wednesday. Highs in the upper 70s. Partly cloudy tonight with overnight lows in the low 60s. For your Thursday, sun with high clouds and increasing humidity, which could lead to a pop-up shower or storm. Highs in the mid-80s.
This report is sponsored by Ohio Department of Transportation.
Hi, I'm Josie. My daughter turns 5 today. I'm also an Ohio State Highway Patrol trooper. When you move over and slow down, you're making sure I can get home to celebrate with my daughter.
When you see flashing lights, remember, they're not just roadside workers. Thank you for moving over and slowing down.
Tired of overpaying for wireless with Verizon? Now you can put T-Mobile to the test for free. T-Mobile's Network Pass lets you test drive America's largest 5G network for 3 months while you keep your current phone and carrier. Get real-time stats and see how T-Mobile's coverage stacks up against Verizon. Plus, families and small businesses can save up to 20% versus Verizon when they switch. At T-Mobile, you don't have to choose between a great network and a great price. You get both. See for yourself with our no-strings-attached 3-month free trial. Download the T-Mobile app to get started today or visit our store to learn more.
$1 per user. Compatible unlocked 5G device required. Plan savings with T-Mobile third line free on Essentials or Go 5G Plus via monthly bill credits versus comparable available plans. Plan features and taxes and fees may vary. Credits stop if you cancel any lines or change plans. See details at T-Mobile.com.
Thanks for calling Discover. This is Diego.
Hi, Diego. It's Jennifer Coolidge. You know, I just want to say your cashback match makes me feel so special. It really inspired me.
That's great. Doubling the cashback you've earned at the end of your first year is what we do.
Well, I'm doubling everything now. Double dating, double dipping, double feature, double header, double whammy. You know, basically double or nothing.
You earn, we match. Discover Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
When it comes to the Browns, Cleveland knows it's all about football. And at NJM, they're all about auto, home, and renter's insurance without the gimmicks. So just like the Browns don't need a logo on their helmets or cheerleaders on the sideline to make the right play, NJM doesn't need a jingle or a mascot to do what's right for their customers. In fact, they don't even need sound effects in this ad. Or music either. They just put policyholders first. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM, proud partner of the Cleveland Browns.
The road is calling, and when you answer it, you'll find open skies that hit different and sunsets that are beautiful beginnings to unforgettable nights. And when you need us, when you and your wheels start running a little low, you'll find Pilot waiting for you just off the exit. So stop by and grab a coffee, some delicious food, and take 10 cents off every gallon of gas when you use the My Rewards Plus app at any Pilot location. Pilot, see you out here. Terms and conditions apply.
Are you single and looking? Well, love could find you at a baseball game.
There you are rooting for your home team when a beautiful woman asks if you're in her seat. Well, there's been a mix-up, so you get moved together to a private box and fall madly in love just as your team wins the World Series. Or you could call It's Just Lunch. Their dating experts will get you out on some real dates for some real fun real fast. It's Just Lunch, the smarter way to date.
It's justlunchcleveland.com, 216-328-9026.
Ah, the sounds of back to school time. There's plenty to about this time of year, so let Cane's take something off your plate by putting something on it, like hand-battered chicken fingers and cane sauce.
Raising Cane's chicken fingers, one love.
Constantly making trips to Home Depot? Introducing Drop, the app that rewards you for every shopping trip. Earn free gift cards for shopping. Download the Drop app now and use code DROP33 to get $5 in points.
Bush Loaded, the greatest hits tour. August 13th, Jacobs Pavilion. With special guests, Jerry Cantrell and Candlebox. Tickets on sale now at AXS.com. Bush Loaded, the greatest hits tour. A great night of incredible rock.
Water, fire, wind, mold. When disaster strikes your home or business, Paul Davis is your best friend on your worst day. Why? Because Paul Davis handles everything quickly and seamlessly, from cleanup to recovery to reconstruction. For commercial and residential property damage and restoration, choose Paul Davis, the professionals that have served Northeastern Ohio for over 30 years. Paul Davis, we are your best friend on your worst day. Call us today at 440-834-1155 or visit us at restorationcleveland.com.
Direct auto insurance is for uncompromisers. Like Matt. When his old car insurance got so expensive, do you think he walked until his sneakers wore out? No, because he found savings with Direct Auto so he could drive instead of compromise. With savings of up to 25% on state minimum coverage, you too can stop compromising and keep driving. Get a free quote at directauto.com or a store near you. Savings vary, terms apply. National General Group, Winston-Salem.
To make me feel better. All I wanna know is, can I get her? Juicy double patty, the McNuggets so crisp, and the fries go to yellow. Yeah, McDonald's don't miss. Yeah, order app or the drive-through quick. Yeah, $5, that's a deal. Yeah, I got McDonald's money.
The light is fading, your hands are sore, and the last tool's been put away. Now is the time to feel the satisfaction that comes with a job well done. But when you get your tools from Harbor Freight, something about the job feels a little different. Your wallet. Because we believe that everyone deserves hardworking tools at hardworking prices. And that's what we have here. So, whatever you do, do it for less at Harbor Freight.
Driving plays a big part in driving the local economy. It helps us all get where we're going and creates good jobs close to home. At Synovus Energy, our refineries in Toledo and Lima are a reliable domestic source of gasoline, diesel, and jet fuel. Plus, more than 2,300 employees and contractors work for us here in Ohio. See how we're helping local communities move forward at Synovus.com.
Bored with the same old night out? Come have a ball at Penn's Mechanical Company. We're not just old school games, we're a playground for grown-ups. Sip on craft cocktails or beer while you challenge your crew to pinball, arcade games, bocce, duck pin bowling, and more. We're located on West 25th in Ohio City, right next to 16-Bit Bar and Arcade. So if you're bored with the same old night out, have a ball at Penn's Mechanical Company. Drinks, games, fun. That's how we roll.
The final week from Paris.
It's Noah Lyles! The 20-year drought is over for the Americans. The 800 still belongs to the one and only Katie Ledecky.
Scotty Scheffler adds gold to his Green Jackets.
Bring the summer games with you, from your phone to your car or wherever you listen. Open the free iHeart app now and enable push notifications for live updates from Paris. iHeartRadio, the exclusive audio home of NBC's coverage of the 2024 Paris Olympics.
Give stuff away, time to give stuff away, time to give stuff away, give stuff away.
All right, just a couple of Saturdays away, the Alan Cox Show cruise will set sail. New boat. We're going out in the Good Time 3. Bigger. So we can have more of you along with us. Saturday, August 24th, that afternoon, we'll set sail. Captain Fun's Floating Fandango this year, all presented to you by Circle K. We'll have a ton of prizes. Matitude's going to spin for you. You have to win your way on, though. All the tickets that were for sale went very quickly. WMMS.com has all the info for you. I'll be doing a couple of ticket stops next 2 Saturdays, and you can win them here. Stansbury's got him this week, too. So good luck. 2 tickets for you to join us on the 24th. For caller 10, 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Alan Cox.
The sort of man we used to describe at school as a complete prick.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7
WMMS.
This Saturday, I'm going to be out at Circle K in Eastlake. If there are more than one Circle K's if there is more than one Circle K's, if there are more than one Circle K's, Circles K, like Attorneys General.
You need a new reference point for that. You use the same one every time.
What's that?
Attorneys General.
It's the only one I need. Why do we need multiple?
I don't know.
Think of another one then.
It's not my job.
You're the one that's criticizing it.
I'm not criticizing it. I'm just saying he uses that reference.
Sisters-in-law.
every time. Sure. There you go.
But I only need one.
But don't use the same one every time.
Why?
Have like 3 that you rotate through.
Rotate? You think people are listening that closely?
Where are you going to be, stupid?
Rotate? What?
Where am I going to
Is
be?
it Circles
Not
K?
you, Alan.
Sorry, go ahead.
Wow.
Mary's so used to answering to stupid when you say it.
Main character syndrome.
Oh, no. Circles K, like brothers-in-law. This Saturday, the one on Vine Street in Eastlake. I'll be there from 11 to 1. And then next Saturday, the 17th. The last 2 Saturdays before we set sail, Saturday the 17th, I will be at the Circle K in Fairview Park. That is on Lorraine Road. That is also from 11 to 1. So all of that information, if you want to put it in your Google Maps now and your calendar, is at AlanCoxShow.com. You can still register at the site there to win as well. But we're going out in the Good Time 3. It is all brought to you by Circle K. So you should have that Circle K Inner Circle app on your phone because I know we're going to have special prizes for people who have that. Also, just an administrative note, bring cash with you because we're going to have a lot of different stations where cash will be much more efficient for you. You know, we'll have bars, they'll take your cards and things like that, but there's going to be like, probably beer tubs and stuff or something, I don't know, where cash will kind of work out better for you. So I would just put that little bug in your ear. So Circles K, like brothers-in-law or sisters-in-law or attorneys general. Mary would really like me to have 3 of those. That's the power of 3.
And rotate them.
Well, then, Mary, I'm going to rely on you to keep a grid of which one I use and when.
Okay.
Thank you. Appreciate that. What are the Guardians doing right now? The D-backs have scored again.
5-3.
All right. This says 5-2. 5-3?
I got 5-3.
Bottom of the 8th.
Yep.
Okay. Oh, it's a doubleheader today, isn't it?
Yep, because they canceled last night's game.
Right.
So they moved last night's game to 4:40 this afternoon.
How late did they go? Because initially they said it when we went off the air, they said it was going to be delayed.
Like an hour and a half.
And then they called it.
Yeah.
I figured there was no way they could play that game last night. But they do like to wait until the last minute.
They like to try and squeeze them in.
Yeah. So, anyway, and then the Guardians will head off to Minnesota to play the Twins on Friday. So the 2nd of 2 this afternoon, 4:40 around there at Progressive Field. They'll go play the Twins. The Cubs are in town next week. They'll play the Brewers. There's still plenty of baseball left to be played in the regular season until the regular season comes to an end at Progressive Field against the Houston Astros on September the 29th. Hey, Charlie.
Hey, Tim. Oh, I'm sorry, Alan. How are you?
Good.
Hey, listen, can I ask you a quick question? I was watching Janine French Fry, the spokesperson for the White House yesterday, and she was at the podium, and she was asked about crime. And she said her exact words were, we inherited a skyrocketing murder rate. That's something that we inherited from the prior administration, from the Trump administration. And working together, we not only turned that around, but we have brought violent crime down to a 50-year low. Guess what she forgot to mention?
First off, I don't know who you're talking about. Did you say Janine Pirro?
Yes, the White House press secretary.
Well, that's not Janine Pirro, Charlie. Janine Pirro is a talking head over on Fox News. That will, if I can determine who you're talking about, I'll know. Okay, so you're talking about Corinne St. Pierre or whatever her name is.
Yes, sir. So I think your audience and I think you were all concerned about our safety, whether it's 20 years ago or 50 years
Not
from
me.
now.
Kill me now, Charlie. Kill me now. Come on, Charlie. Come here from Indiana and put me out of my misery with all your dumb
I want to hear.
points.
I keep giving Charlie a chance, and I'm going to do it. I like to pick his brain. So go ahead,
yell.
Charlie.
Don't yell this time.
So here we go.
He
Okay,
comes
okay.
in. He
So
comes
here's the
in guns. He comes in guns hot. But
We're ready. We're
yeah.
ready.
All right. Go ahead.
Okay, so I know that you guys like to deal in facts. So there's a thing called the Marshall Project. Basically, all states at one time were required by the FBI to report every crime, every major crime. Guess who's not reporting crimes any longer? And this is why she said crime is down 50%.
Russia.
New York. No, let me talk. You want an honest conversation. New York is not reporting their murders, their crimes. Los Angeles is not reporting their crimes. 30% of 18,000 law enforcement agencies don't report it. So for her to come out and say crime is down by 50% is a blatant lie. There are over 6,000 police-type departments that don't report to the FBI. So of course
But
it's down
Charlie,
like that.
wait,
Charlie.
Charlie. If I can interrupt, Charlie, if they're not reporting it, then you don't know that it's not down.
No. Then you go to the website and you look at the states where they list their crimes. Listen, we're going to go on for hours. It's a fact.
Oh, boy.
Okay. Next subject I want to talk to you about is
Wait. We didn't even, Charlie. We didn't even finish that. What's the point you're trying to make?
The point is when you come out and you say, listen, the Biden administration, the Kamala Harris administration, you have no idea how hard we're working for you. You, the American people, are safer now than you were when Trump was in office. It's categorically untrue.
It's not categorically untrue by irrespective of who the president is, Charlie, by just about every metric, violent crime is down.
No, sir.
Yes.
Under the Biden administration, they don't require them to report it. Here, this is from
They didn't
August
require the
2023.
reporting, Charlie. They don't require the reporting for a long time. It's voluntary by the federal government.
No.
Yes, it's voluntary.
Aren't you concerned? Okay. Can we all recognize that compared to every other city in the United States, more than likely, New York, Los Angeles, and Chicago are pretty much the most dangerous when it comes to violent crimes? Can we just agree on that?
No.
Nope.
New Orleans, Detroit, they have higher rates. Yeah, Atlanta, higher rates.
Okay, per capita.
You're going
Tuscaloosa.
Yeah, Tuscaloosa, Alabama.
What kind of per capita?
Your audience is listening to this and they're buying into it. I can't win
No,
with you.
they don't even want to listen to you.
Wait a second, Charlie.
Okay, listen to this. Maryland police agencies, they only report 33% of the time. In New York, I can't convince you. We can go on for hours. You're going to come up with a rebuttal for everything that I say.
Charlie, what's the murder rate in Evansville, Indiana?
I don't know.
You aren't even, so you're not even tuned into what's going on in your own backyard. Why are you concerned about New York, Chicago, and Los Angeles?
Okay, after you win, Alan, you're right. I'm wrong. You win.
No, I didn't say. I didn't say you were wrong, Charlie. I asked why you're not keeping your ear to the ground in your own community.
I know. Okay, so here. Okay, I'll keep my ear to the ground. I need to do better. Okay, there's a senator from Minnesota. Her name is Tina Smith. She's one of Kamala Harris's, I guess, advisor, surrogate, whatever they're called. She was on CNN yesterday with John Acosta, and they were talking about Waltz's background in the National Guard, and it's a disaster. Anyway, then she made a comment. She's like, J.D. Vance, I mean, he never even served. It took Jim Acosta about 10 seconds to say, no. He did serve. If that would have been any other person, they would have put her on hold immediately and said, no, ma'am, you have your facts. Then she goes, oh, I didn't realize that. How can you be a senator from Minnesota and not understand just the basic of J.D. Vance's background? Everybody knows he served. But they put that out there, and she's like, oh, I didn't know that. But anyway, how about those guys that were leading the National Guard under Waltz during the Iraq War, when the National Guard, I'm not sure if they're called generals, they personally called up Mr. Waltz and said, hey, guy, we need all your troops to come to Iraq. He goes, I can't do it. I got to drop out. This was relevant 10, 12 years ago because one of the people in his platoon, put this massive silo on the side of a silo saying, Waltz backed out. He wouldn't go. J.D. Vance went. Nobody's talking about that. They're goofing on everybody right now for calling Tim Waltz Tampon Tim. Every woman, every child, there needs to be a tampon dispensary in their locker room, in their break room, in their bathroom. They're goofing on the fact that Tampon Tim wants tampons in the little boys' room. Little boys have an XY chromosome. They cannot have a period. They
Can we stop this? He sucks.
Charlie,
you're so annoying.
I keep trying to give him a chance, and Charlie kind of comes in guns hot and doesn't really know what he's saying or what point he wants to get across. All right, Charlie, thank you, pal. Keep your ear to the ground on what's going on there.
It's not
in Evansville, Indiana. I have a feeling nobody else listens to Charlie, and so he happened to stumble upon my show, and I'm such a nice, magnanimous human being that I always want to hear what he's got to say, but it's melting my brain down. I don't know the point he's trying to get across.
But also, he's not participating in the show. This is not what we're talking about. This is not the topic of the day. This is just him having some, like you said, having no one to talk to. And he's like, I got to call this show because I need a platform to put this stuff out there. And it's just annoying.
Charlie,
I hope you can find some friends.
Don't hate, participate. Send us a picture of your feet, Charlie.
Yeah, let's see what you got. What size shoe do you wear?
Let's do that.
That's the thing about Charlie. I feel like if he would stop focusing so much on this other stuff, that he could probably be a fun guy to hang out with, but he's so just
it sounds like
on politics that he's lost himself.
But I can't tell what he's focused on, even within the realm of politics. It sounds to me like the only time Charlie turns off Newsmax and Fox News is when he takes a minute to call me. And he's probably still got it on in the background.
See those feet, Chuck.
Send them feet. Evansville, Indiana.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Sam.
Yes.
What's up?
This is Sam.
What's up, Sam?
Sam, where are you from? How many murders there?
That's the crime rate.
Yeah. Okay. So here's the thing. I'll be honest with you. I'm not trying to get political or anything like that. I just got to say that, what you guys are saying up here is wrong. I'm in the streets of Cleveland. I've been in the streets of Cleveland for like 15 years. And I've seen crime go up. I've seen people struggling. I've seen the public struggle. I've seen pretty much a lot. I've seen a lot of bad stuff. I've also seen a lot of police get killed recently, too. So for all
nobody's arguing that, Sam. No, he didn't mention Cleveland. Nobody's arguing the state of Cleveland. He didn't mention Cleveland.
They're not. Okay.
Yeah, he wasn't,
I didn't hear that part.
That's
so
what we're talking about.
I didn't even hear the Cleveland.
He's just talking about random stuff.
No, okay. Thank you, Sam.
Yeah.
See, people come in half-cocked, and then they get a full head of steam, and then...
Also, I'll go back to Cleveland 20 years ago. Real bad.
Well, who wants to do that?
I don't know. I don't. You want to talk about the football stadium? They released the Guardian.
I did see that.
The Browns released their plans for Brook Park.
So they send a letter out to the season ticket holders. Justin Bibb says that irrespective of what the Browns plan, and of course he has to say that because they're trying to get this massive lakefront redevelopment project off the ground, and so he kind of put an olive branch out to the Haslams and whatever. But that make no mistake, this lakefront renovation was developed with Brown Stadium in mind. If they pivot to going out to Brook Park, that's a whole other thing. They sent a letter to the season ticket holders. You might be one. You might have seen this. The Browns unveiled their plan for a $3.8 billion domed complex out there in Brook Park, which just got, I hope it's hurricane-proof, because if you've been out Brook Parkway today, 176 acres of land off Snow and Engle Roads there in Brook Park, adjacent to the airport. The Haslam Sports Group secured a purchase option agreement back in February, and then they sent out this letter to... So this goes beyond kind of gamesmanship between city and owners. This is along the lines of, this is what we want to do, and this is probably what we're going to do.
Can I suggest my idea?
Please.
I would like a flying, floating stadium that hovers over Lake Erie.
A flying, floating stadium.
Yes.
All right.
It flies and floats.
It flies and floats.
So sometimes it floats on the water. Sometimes
Well, no, it's floating in the air. It's always in the air.
Floating in the air.
Yeah. But
I thought you
it's
meant
flying, floating.
some games were played on the water.
Well,
Some
if that's
games were played
advantageous to us, yes, I think that should be.
with the huge Lake Erie waves that you claim, that could be problematic.
Well, she's really stuck on those crashing versus lapping waves, isn't she?
He tagged me in it
Crashing
yesterday.
versus lapping.
It was pretty crazy.
There weren't even white caps, and he tagged me. I was like, "Is this enough waves for you?"
You could hear it. You could hear you could hear waves crashing.
Oh, he sent you video from his apartment?
I said it. I put it on my Instagram
Hey,
story.
are these waves sandwich worthy?
They're pretty big. And I was driving by the beach. Pretty good waves. For a
Yeah.
lake,
Yeah.
pretty good.
Well, I think Mary was.
I mean, I love Cleveland, so I'm going to, go to bat.
I think Mary was
for Lake Erie, whereas Mary's like, I hate it.
Well, but her getting in the violence of the Atlantic waves, that probably made her pretty anxious. I got to understand why that might stick with you. But it also took her sandwich.
I would also be mad if any body of water took my sandwich. So I get that. But a floating, flying
Stadium.
like an island that's in the air, suspended by
Like the Cloud City of Bespin?
boom.
Lando Calrissian, general manager of the Cleveland Browns. If you're watching the live stream, I'll show you. They put the artist's rendition.
Now imagine that
on
floating
social
above
media.
Lake Erie.
Right, this thing out there. And of course, in addition to the stadium, it would be conceivably be, restaurants and multi-purpose and blah, blah,
How
blah.
many
And I'm sure
murders
there'll
are
be,
there in Brook Park?
Not that many.
I'm sure there'll be condos there and all kinds of stuff. So
Lots of strip clubs. Keep
my
people
favorite part, by the way, of any time they do an artist rendering are when they put the people in there, what it will look like, right?
Yeah.
Nobody drunk, anything like that. Nobody with, dumb face paint or anything. It's just all people.
Put the guy that falls asleep at games in there.
Yeah.
Wait a
please.
minute though. Does the roof move?
It would be a retractable dome, I believe.
Retractable dome. Okay. I love that. We need a dome.
So
I'm all for the dome. I just want it to be in Cleveland, or preferably floating above Lake Erie.
Yeah, Justin Bibb.
On a windy day, it's a little bit in Canada.
Justin Bibb gave the city of Cleveland until Monday to respond to his plan. He had
an ultimatum.
Proposed $461 million in financing over 30 years. But I think that would still put it under I think the argument is whether or not the Haslams will have complete control or whether the city of Cleveland would. And obviously, if you own a team, you want as much control over the operations as you possibly can have.
But you don't want to pay for things.
Correct.
So if the Haslams do this in Brook Park, who's paying for that? Are they paying for all of it, or are they making Brook Park pay for it?
Oh, I'm sure that they're going to want. They're not going to. It's not like the Haslams are going to kick out, a ton of it. The Browns have pledged a half towards the construction of the dome, so that would be Haslam and Company, $1.2 billion, which means that the other half would come from us. Although they say it would come from it would come from ticket revenues or something. It wouldn't be from raised taxes, I think. But that's always a little bit. There's always a little bit of bait and switch involved in these kinds of things too. Sources say that the existing stadium would not survive the proposed 30-year lease extension that Justin Bibb is proposing, and that the overhaul would probably only extend the life of the stadium for about 15 or 20 years.
Floating flying stadium will survive it all.
Yeah, but you have to, the law of unintended consequences. You have a floating stadium. It's going to be subject to it's right by the airport. You want a floating flying stadium adjacent to, right in the flight path of Hopkins? They're having a hard enough time getting flights out of there.
Well, first of all,
they're canceling routes left and right.
This is going to be...
It's going to end up becoming one giant Greyhound station.
By Burke. And they're like, we need Burke. We'll need Burke even more so everybody can get to the stadium.
They should pave over Burke, like tomorrow.
And make it what?
Lakefront property. Develop the lakefront. Stop it.
A nice restaurant.
Do what Daley did with Miggs Field 30 years ago. Middle of the night, just pave it over. So that's what they're doing now. If you're a Brown season ticket holder, they send this letter out with the artist surrendering, and this is what we want to do, and this is what we would like to do. And again, I don't know if this is still a game of chicken between the city of Cleveland and the Haslam Group, but
can I throw out a conspiracy theory?
Does it involve a flying, floating stadium, or this is a self-contained?
That was maybe a little stinker.
Yeah.
Here's what I think is going to happen.
Yeah.
The Haslams will. They're going to look for a place that's going to pay as much as they can, and the city in Ohio that is growing the fastest is Columbus, and I think their overall plan is to try and eventually move the Browns to Columbus.
Oh, I see. At Crew Stadium?
It's going to be a 20, 30-year plan, but I think that's what's going to happen.
Mm-hmm. Well, irrespective of what happens with Jimmy Haslam at the helm, it's going to be, Mary, a battle between the has and the has-nots.
Okay.
Like attorneys general.
This has been an This segment is a lot. Between Charlie and
how many murders?
Yes. What, you want less? I gotta pack as much as I can in, baby.
It's a big segment.
This is a train going in one direction. You better get on it.
You're the one that wants guys like that to be able to talk.
I'm just listening. No. Charlie has proven time and time again he's just calling and talking fast to sound like he's making a point. If he could slow it down and maybe make one point and have a conversation, then yes, I think he should have a chance to talk. But he's very clearly not interested in that. What else did you say?
It's hard to say. There's
that
so much stuff packed in.
Hilarities this Sunday.
I hate you, dude. I hate you.
It's where he stands facing the wall. The crowd talks to him from behind his back.
Close enough.
Yeah.
BillSquire.com.
Yeah. Okay, listen. I've got to take a break here. Hey, you want to go see King Diamond? Oh, my God. He hasn't been here since before COVID. I think 2019 was the last King Diamond show we got to witness there at the Agora. But he's back. There's a new album, a new tour. He's got killer opening bands with him. It's going to happen November 6th at the Agora. I will be there. Of course, you can be there, too. I'll have tickets for you after the break.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS and everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio app. We got stuff. You want stuff. Win stuff. This week at WMMS.com.
Register to win a pair of tickets to see Green Day with the Smashing Pumpkins, Rancid, and the Linda Lindas Sunday, September 1st at PNC Park in Pittsburgh. Register to win and get more info at WMMS.com.
iHeartRadio.
Olympics update. The United States will have to settle for a bronze medal at best in men's volleyball after a semifinal loss to Poland today. Meanwhile, the U.S. women are on to the semis in what Lauren Carlini says has not been an easy road.
It's been a really tough quad for us, and knowing that our connection, our grit, and our power within each other.
Team USA will take on Brazil tomorrow with the spot in the gold medal matchup for grabs.
For NBC's live coverage from Paris,
search Olympics on the free iHeartRadio app.
Your afternoon drive is brought to you by the Ken Ganley Auto Group, Ohio's #1 automotive retailer.
Hey guys, it's Mary, and you will never believe where I just was. I went behind the scenes at Chipotle and saw how they make their guac fresh in store every day. I watched as Devontae and his amazing staff at Berea's Chipotle started with avocados and then actually scooped and mashed them by hand. They actually let me mix in the salt, lime juice, red onion, jalapenos, and cilantro, giving me a whole new appreciation for that fresh guac I already love. Grab some today by stopping into your local Chipotle or ordering in the Chipotle app or at chipotle.com.
Did your mobile provider just increase their prices again? Switch to Spectrum Mobile, the nation's fastest growing mobile provider. With Spectrum Mobile, you get unlimited talk, text, and data, plus nationwide 5G. Switch
Wednesday night, November the 6th at the world-famous Agora. You can go to agoracleveland.com for any and all details related to the show. And I'll see you there. Caller 10, these are yours. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
As soon as I can learn how to run a computer, I am starting an online petition to have Alan Cox taken off the air. So help me God, I'm having him taken off the air.
The Alan Cox Show
on 100.7
WMMS.
Next year will be the 10th anniversary of that voicemail from Trucker Russ. Didn't work out the way he had hoped, but hope springs eternal.
I don't know that. He just still hasn't learned how to use a computer.
I mean, given the strenuousness in his voice, I would have thought he would have immediately gone and taken some classes.
It's hard for some people. He's got that trucker schedule. That's not easy to work around.
Hey, Bob.
Yo.
What's up, Bob?
Hey, who's this? Alan?
Yes.
Hey, Alan. Got a question for you. Haslow is how old?
I'm sorry?
He is not going to be... Mr. Haslow and his wife are how old?
Jimmy Haslam? I don't know. He's probably in his mid-70s, yeah?
Yeah, he's not going to be around with 23 years. You don't care about any of this. And then we're going to talk about Mr. Bibb downtown that wants to redo the freaking city hall. Who goes to a city hall when you go on vacation to check it out? No one. How about we take the Ford Motor plant and make that part of the airport? Let's expand the airport so we're a destination that everybody can come to, and deal with the.
Yeah, but the issue with the issue with the airport is not square footage; it's supply and demand. I mean, you've got low cost carriers. Frontier just canceled a bunch of routes, and they spun it by saying they were always intended to be seasonal routes, but they never said that when they started them up. There just isn't enough demand for people when you can fly out of Akron Canton or Detroit Metro or all these to go places.
Right.
It's not an issue of square footage.
Detroit is huge now. You can get lost in Detroit Airport. Why don't we make an airport like that for internationals?
Because they're already routing through Detroit.
Yeah, they're already. I mean, it's not going to.
Again,
by the way, I didn't realize that Dee Haslam was so much younger than Jimmy Haslam. She's younger than me. He's 70. He looks older than that. But Dee Haslam is 40. Wait, what? That can't be right. Oh, married 1976. I thought it said born 1976. I'm like, that can't be right. Oh, they were married in 1976. They're both 70. All right. Yeah, well, I was like, this whole time, I'm like, but
they're
there's
still
no
planning
way
on leaving the team to their kids, and it's generational wealth. They're gonna.
That's right. It's a legacy act.
Yeah, if they don't, they're not gonna be around for it. It doesn't mean their kids don't have plans to have their fingers in the pot.
Thank you, Bob. The federal government has say over Burke. Yes, but I mean,
All right, it's time for January 6th, Part 2. Cleveland versus the government to take over Burke.
Right.
And we're not gonna.
A lot of people want to. A lot of people want to get on board with your floating flying stadium, but they're just not clear as to how you would get there.
I just said Burke.
You have to wait. No, we're talking about the floating flying stadium out there in Burke. Jetpacks. All right. So drunken Browns fans with jetpacks.
No. Uber drivers with jetpacks fly people over. It's creating jobs. It's creating opportunities.
Jobs for paramedics, I assume you mean.
For everyone, Alan.
Alan, Cleveland is the only city that has an airport and housing projects on lakefront property. I mean, that's not true, but I take your point.
Yeah. Well,
Mike
some of it's on oceanfront property.
Mike in Parma says Cleveland needs to rid themselves of being held hostage by a sports team. Lakefront land can be developed for a better purpose. There are a lot of cities that are, most cities with, that's the trade-off, is that if you want a major sports franchise, there's going to be a lot of bending over and grabbing ankle. Because the only person in charge is the person who owns the team. And I would think that nobody...
Unless you're Green Bay, Wisconsin.
Nobody is more attuned to that relationship than Cleveland Browns fans.
Speaking of which, did you watch the Bears Hard Knocks? Probably not, because of the
I have no power,
outage.
Bill.
Yeah, I watched it.
No, I did
watched it at
not.
my girlfriend's house.
Nope. It's set up to record. But no, I
watching that like
I have no. I could watch on my phone, but I'm not going to do that.
We'll get to watch it.
I will. I will watch.
That Bears team seems to be pretty important to that city.
Well, that's another team where they're like, we're going to move out to the suburbs. And I think they bent over and said, no, we'll keep it at Soldier Field. We'll do the thing. They want to move out to Arlington Heights, just like this. And there were people whining about that. Understandably. It's a hell of a lot quicker to get to Brook Park from wherever you are than it is to get from the city of Chicago to Arlington Heights. You want to drive an hour to go to a Bears game? I mean, I realize there's people from the suburbs driving into the city now to see games, but Soldier Field's great. It's on the lakefront. You're in downtown Chicago. It's hard to beat. So, yes, there's a lot of conversation to be had by people far more knowledgeable than I about this Browns situation. Although I have a feeling, just me personally, no matter where they put the stadium, I will still attend one game every few years.
A floating flying stadium has had 0 murders yet. I just want to point that out.
That's true.
But you have no data set for that.
Matter.
I mean, that is true.
Still at 0.
It is true.
That's all I'm looking for. It's true.
Yep. There are also 0 murders from sky sorcerers.
And if you
thus far too.
And if you can't afford the jetpacks or to take a jetpack Uber, there's going to be a zip line type situation. You're gonna have to start working on your grip strength because you gotta hang on. Now we'll strap you in too, but we'll get you up there.
So you're envisioning
like a reverse zip line.
Yeah.
On the way down, it's a zip line, but on the way up, it's like a chairlift, but like you're just hanging on to like a thing.
I see. You're envisioning this like the helicarrier in the Avengers,
something like that.
Yeah, with jetpacks instead of superheroes.
Right.
It just sounds to me
the
like
superheroes are the everyday people that make the whole thing work.
Right. What I'm saying is the logistics of your plan, and I want to be a booster.
I'm not a logistics guy. I'm not a paperwork guy. I'm an idea man.
You're a pie in the sky guy.
I say I'm a stadium in the sky guy. And I say,
You mean they're not going to serve pie at your flying floating stadium? What the hell kind of outfit is this?
There could be pie.
Huckleberry?
Gross.
Blackberry, blueberry?
Just
peach?
Wait.
Strawberry rhubarb?
No, none of those.
What do you got against strawberry rhubarb pie?
Listen, for this one, poontang.
Oh, boy.
You get it, Mary?
Turn his mic off.
Did you get it?
I get it. Sugar walls, right?
Yeah! You got it, man.
Call back to yesterday's show. Ding, ding, ding. Mayor for the win.
You won.
Thank you.
Moving the stadium to Brook Park sounds like telling East Siders to kick rocks. Yeah, I'm sure that's really part of the conversation, too. I mean, West Side and East Side don't really mix anyway. It's a pain in the ass to get from one side to the other no matter where you are.
Right, but the stadium is at least right in the middle of
centrally
downtown.
located.
Yeah, so like you're coming from one side or the other. You get there.
I get it.
Yeah.
Hey, Michael.
Hey, Alan. So earlier you talked about there wasn't housing projects in an airport on the lakefront, and that's actually incorrect. There is one of the nation's oldest housing projects is right over there off of 2 over there by Ohio City, right on the lakefront, and they actually cannot get rid of it because it's actually a registered historical site.
Well, no, what I said was wrong is that that person said Cleveland is the only city that has that. I said that's not true.
Oh, technicalities.
I mean, I lived in Ohio City for many years. I know there's lakefront projects. Why is it of such historical value, Michael?
I guess it's because it was one of the first projects that was ever built in the country. I actually met a city building inspector when I was playing golf in Big Met, him and his brother, and they actually are the inspectors for that. And he said one of the reasons that they couldn't do upgrades and refurbishment to it is because of its historical status, and that's why it still looks the way it does.
What'd you shoot that day?
Wait, so there's one of those bronze plaques?
Oh, I want to know what was your score when you played golf with this dude?
Well, it wasn't good enough to remember. We'll put it that way. I have like a 20 handicap, so I am not the best golfer.
Oh, Bill, he's handicapped. Why are you making fun of him? He's rolling up and down the green trying to hit these things.
He's only handicapped when it comes to golf.
I understand golf. Okay, Michael, thank you. There you go. I don't know if there's a bronze plaque over there on the housing project. There on the lakefront.
Man, what a great thing if you own projects and you're like, no, we're not allowed to fix anything up.
Yeah.
It's historical.
I mean, that's what every city that's running project housing in the country is doing anyway. Oh, yeah, we'll get to that. I mean, they tore them all down in Chicago. They tore them down to build up mega targets and all kinds of stuff. So ain't nobody going to tell me that you can't tear down a project. Historical value or otherwise, there's always a way. There's money to be made. There's always a way to do it. And besides, why would you want to deprive lower income people of a view of the beautiful Cargill salt
right, exactly.
factory or whatever, the mines down there? But yeah, leave the projects alone unless you have a better idea. Nobody does. How can Brook Park accommodate traffic, a Browns game, and air traffic? Well, that's what I'm saying. You're airport adjacent. I mean, it's gonna logistically. Who knows?
The airport is not as crazy busy as other airports. It's not like there's always a line wrapped around Hopkins Airport.
No, but it doesn't have to be, is my point. I mean, let's say there's minimal traffic on a Sunday at the airport. Combine that with Browns traffic and any addition to whatever happens out there. No, it's not JFK, but it's still an airport. And everything that goes along with it. I mean, you're dealing with not airspace and ground space and all the space that's around the spaces.
And
like brothers-in-law, Mary.
Let's also understand that it's going to rely on 480, which we can all agree, not a great
top notch.
highway.
Oh, I thought you were going to. Best in the country?
Mm-hmm.
Oh. Brian's checking in again. I hope he's okay.
Because I love you, my heart's an open door.
Charlie, be more like Brian.
Hurricane-proof. Oh, hell, that's good enough.
He's doing some deep dives. What is he listening to out there? He's listening to Stevie B? Brian. Remember Stevie B?
I don't.
Oh, that's what Brian's listening to, Chris.
I don't dislike it.
He's doing his own versions of songs.
This sounds like a good song for the pool.
Uh-huh. Little Stevie B.
Little Stevie B.
Get
Who's
that up
Stevie
in
B?
there.
Is it Stevie B?
Stevie B. That's like from 84, 85 maybe? Okay. Because I Love You. I think it was a one-hit wonder there, but Brian has his own versions of things, and I love it. Yeah, finger bang, 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 finger bang, bang, finger bang, bang.
Finger bang, 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 finger bang, bang, finger bang, 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 finger bang, bang, finger bang, bang, bang.
You remember I produced the best of Brian, too. And a little compilation album that we put out there. Showcase his talents.
I make my living on the evening news.
He's the best.
We've only just begun.
Oh.
For 2 easy payments of $24.99, the best of Brian could be yours.
Yeah. Oh. The Cars, the great Benjamin Orr, the pride of Lakewood, Ohio.
A 4-disc box set.
Gone too soon.
Featuring all the greatest hits of Brian.
The best of Brian. If you act now, you'll get Finger Bang from Brian.
And the Pound Cake era.
The whole Pound Cake era.
The whole Pound Cake. All the Pound Cake stuff, too.
All right. I should send him those songs.
Finger bang, 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 finger bang, bang, finger bang, 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 finger bang, bang, finger bang, 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 finger bang, bang, finger bang, bang, bang.
All right.
I had the exact same thing happen to me today. I went into my bank. I just used the ATM outside. $100 bill. I wanted 250s. So the machine was either going to spit out a $100 bill or all fives. That's all the ATM had. I went inside of the teller just to ask for 250s for the 100 that I just got out of their machine. She made me give her my debit card, type in my PIN. It took like almost 2 minutes for her to give me 250s. Do you remember that Saturday Night Live sketch with the bank that only dealt in change?
Remember that one? The great Jim Downey, who was a longtime writer for Saturday Night Live. They did a bit probably in the late 80s. We will only give you change, because they were playing off banks that would use, we're going to change the way banking works.
Mm-hmm.
And they took it literally. They're like, we only give you change, whatever kind of change you want.
We've been in this business a long time. With our experience, we're going to have ideas for change combinations that probably haven't occurred to you. If you have a $50 bill, we can give you 50 singles. We can give you 49 singles and 10 dimes. We can give you 25 twos. Come talk to us. We are not going to give you change that you don't want. If you come to us with a $100 bill, we're not going to give you 2,000 nickels, unless that meets your particular change needs. We will give you the change equal to the amount of money that you want change for.
We won't give you 2,000 nickels, unless, of course, you want 2,000 nickels. Classic. Yeah, no, I mean, you got to show
How much money is 2,000 nickels?
That's a really, really good question.
Is there any way to know?
No.
Mary?
Mary would know.
No idea.
Mary's really good at that. Well, how much is a nickel? 7 cents?
Mm-hmm.
So 2,000 of those would be 14
But that sounds like a sliding scale, because what if you're in Canada?
Oh, the exchange rate. Yeah, let me see
Take
here.
it all into account.
And also
2,000
inflation.
nickels. Yeah.
And then also this is the 80s, so.
Right. It would be worth more now or less?
Less in Canada.
Oh,
more
worth
in
less
America.
now. Oof, gosh. I don't know. It's hard to say. What about Wavy Davy? What about Wavy Davy B? I don't even know. That guy could be dead for all I know. Living up there in Milwaukee.
Hope not.
Tearing up the joint. It's Alan Cox in the mix.
Maybe I should send him some new lines for the Best of Brian commercial.
I think you must.
The dance floor is getting hot, 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 hot. Because you have Alan Cox.
What song are you playing that's making the dance floor hot, 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 hot?
I'm playing Dance Across the Floor by Jimmy Bo Horn. I play it a lot in this show because it just makes me happy and feel good and be excited. And it was a one-hit wonder that's long forgotten, and I'm bringing it back.
It is
and
a good song.
I don't care who knows it. I'll play it all goddamn day. They should be throwing...
Attitude, I hope you're paying attention.
Yes.
If we don't hear this on Captain Fun's Floating Fandango, I'm gonna be throwing bows.
Back to back with Return of the Mac.
Ooh.
Return of the Mac.
I know. I said ooh like yeah.
Oh,
like,
I said who? Who?
No, I said ooh.
Some Jimmy Bo Horn up in this bitch.
Mine would be Oh My God by Usher and Will.i.am. That, I think, is one of the best, dancing songs.
All right, well, then Mary will get thrown overboard when it's...
Mary's not allowed to suggest songs. It's... Listen, I'm not saying it's a bad song, but, it doesn't fit the theme because, everybody else is kind of a one-hit wonder, and you're bringing in, multi-hit wonders.
Yes, multi-hit wonders. It's DJ Mattitude, not Meritude, all right? Stop with your stolen valor. Yeah, I know. Well, we'll throw some slips in a fishbowl, see what we come up with. All right, I got a break. I'll have those Guardians tickets for you. Get a 4-pack for the series against who? The Orioles? The Texas Rangers. That's going to be Friday, August 23rd. You and 3 pals will go to that game. Anything else you want to text me for, do it now, 35192, and we'll be back.
It's the Alan Cox Show. Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app.
Or whatever smart device you have.
Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
From the Mr. Hero Waffle Doodle. Weather Center.
WMMS Weather.
Clouds giving way to some sunshine.
podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app, search Math and Magic, and start listening.
Now it's time to give stuff away. Now it's time to give stuff away.
All right, I'm going to go see your Cleveland Guardians when the Texas Rangers are in town a couple of weeks from now. That's going to be Friday, August the 23rd. It's a 7:10 start at Progressive Field. If you don't have the MLB Ballpark app, put that on your phone. A lot easier to be moving your tickets around, getting all your game day information and whatnot. You got a 4-pack here, you and 3 friends. Or just 3 people that you met. Guardians Rangers on the 23rd. It's a Friday night. Downtown Cleveland ball game. Good luck, Harten. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Yeah, it seems a little unfair that you can watch our live stream, but we can't see you. But we'll fix that tonight. Outside your window.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Ugh. Sticky over. Ooh, Lemon on Friday night with Mastodon over at Jacobs Pavilion at Nautica. Do they still call it Jacobs Pavilion at Nautica? I mean, when I first came to Cleveland, it was called something else. It was called the Nautica Pavilion, or it was called, what was it called?
It's like
15 years ago.
Pavilion at some point. It was,
something, yeah. It was a whole different thing down there.
I don't know.
Stage
Nautica
was on the
to
other
me.
end.
I always think
Nautica.
of it as Nautica.
That show Friday night, and then Saturday night we are back. We were gone last weekend for a metal show. It's called 2 Hours to Midnight. It's me, it's Pat Butler, it is Corey Roddick, and the 3 of us just throw in 120 minutes of nothing but metal for you, and it's a lot of fun. And there's going to be new music. There's going to be local music, a band called Convictions, who are Christian metalcore. So I don't care what they're singing about. I really, really like what I heard. So going to play some Convictions on Saturday night. They're from Fremont, but they're way into Jesus. What else? New music from Lydia Can't Breathe. I just saw them a couple of weeks ago. They were good. Shadow of the Talisman. That's a band from Flint, Michigan. Brand new Arch Enemy. We'll throw some in here for Mary. What do you want to hear, Mary?
I don't think you have me potted up.
Oh, yeah, I do.
Oh, you do?
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's see here. What would be good for Mary? Some Extinction AD. How do you feel about that? We're going to play some Dark Funeral. We're going to play some Gravemind. We're going to play... Mary likes it till the singing kicks in.
This is great.
Let me find something where the singing might be more to your liking here. Ooh, gonna play some Acid Mass on Saturday night too. It takes too long to get to the singing. Anyway.
The good minute. Of
if you're into metal, how about a band with a female singer, Mary? Arch Enemy.
I don't like any of the screaming. It doesn't matter if it's male or female.
But it's a lady singing.
It doesn't matter.
Screaming. She's going to have a sweet little voice. And she's so crazy hot, too. Alyssa White Glues singing for them now. Anyway, Saturday night, if you're into metal, we'll be here. 2 hours of midnight, 10 o'clock on 100.7 WMMS. It's a lot of kind of back and forth this month for 2 hours to midnight, by the way, because we're on this Saturday night and then off again on the 17th and then back on the 24th. So there's a lot of whatever. But if you love your metal, you'll find it. And we'll have it for you on Saturday night. Well, I guess they threw Charles Barkley a giant bag of money, and he basically said, I take back everything I said. Right? Because when TNT said they were, Amazon spent an ungodly amount of money for everything related to the NBA, and TNT said that they were dissolving the Barkley and Kenny Smith show, whatever that was over there. What was that show called? They said they were getting rid of it, and Charles Barkley said, I'm out. I want nothing to do with this, blah, blah, blah. And now he's like, I can't wait to...
So he's going to go work for Amazon?
No, he's going to work for Warner Brothers. I think they just threw him a giant bag of money, which he probably knew was coming.
Yeah.
He will stay with TNT Sports for years to come. He said, I'm of course happy to work with Warner Brothers Discovery on whatever the new show is. Inside the NBA is the show, and I think that's going away because Amazon got all of the NBA rights to everything.
It's like Amazon and Disney, right?
Yes. Yeah. Warner Brothers Discovery, by the way, is suing the NBA to try to stop that from happening, but I think it's pretty much a done deal. So, Charles...
Right, because it's like, there are cases like, but we wanted it.
I know. I don't know how I don't know how you make that a case. You know, like...
It's like Elon suing advertisers that don't want to advertise with Twitter
or Trump trying to sue the DNC because they swapped Biden out, which is what they said they wanted.
Yeah, like, but we want you to advertise with us, and like, well, we don't want to, and like, we're suing you then.
But we want to play a team that's worse than us. So Charles Barkley will stay. He said, I love my TNT Sports family. And so not only is he going to do whatever they need him to do over there, he's going to be developing new programming for them, right? That's where the money is. God bless Charles Barkley. Because that's once you get into like producing, and that's where the money is. So he has done a 180 and says he can't be more excited. The other Inside the NBA hosts signed long-term deals just 2 years ago, along with Charles Barkley. So I don't know if those guys get paid out, or I don't know what's happening there. But I know initially Barkley, when TNT was going to lose the NBA, Barkley was like, well, maybe I'll just do this thing myself.
Or just retire.
Yeah, and then he said, nah, because that would be such a Herculean undertaking. He's like, I'm just going to retire. I don't care. I don't need this. I got money. I'm not OJ. And, but they must have said, what can we do to make it worth your while? Which is one of the greatest conversations you can ever have with your employer in broadcasting. What would you like? We'd really like to keep you around, as opposed to them.
Fingers crossed for 2025.
As opposed, is that when your deal's up? 2025?
Yeah. Is that when yours is?
Mine was up this Christmas. And they exercised my option for another year. Well, I should say we both exercised my option for an additional year. So, yeah, 25, I guess, would technically be when my current deal is up. But, when they come to you and they say, what would you like? How can we make you happy? That's always a nice conversation to have. Rather than them coming to you going, you know what? We are going to look in a different direction. So Charles Barkley's retirement is off. If you're somebody who's such a huge Charles Barkley fan, you've been lying there awake on your back just staring at the ceiling, hoping against hope that it was all a big lie, that it wasn't true that Charles Barkley was going away. Well, now you can start getting some sleep. Power restored in Euclid, says this text. Woo-hoo.
Lucky.
Mm-hmm. Ever hear of the metal band Ginger? Yeah, of course. They're Ukrainian. Ginger was on the cusp of getting broken out to the United States metal fan. They got the prime spot opening the Slipknot tour a couple of years ago. And then the war in Ukraine broke out, and they figured it would be a bad look if they were going across the United States. So they bailed from that tour, ostensibly to support their countrymen and women. But Ginger's good. They have a female singer. They're not for everyone, of course, but nobody is.
Hey, Alan. I was listening to the podcast yesterday with Cory Feldman on guitar, and I think you guys are being kind of unfair to him. Most likely, that was probably a warm-up, and he may have been in a cold or warm climate because, that can mess with the tune of the guitar. I'm not sure if you were aware of that or not.
Yeah.
Anyways, love you. Bye.
Yeah, I'm sure that's what it was.
All right, well,
and let's hope that's what it was. Yes, not that
Good to have all the information.
Not that he's never actually picked up a guitar before, but that maybe it was humid. I don't know where the show was, or cold. I guess if you're gonna lay the change in temperature as your reason, it could be hot or cold. So yeah, he's opening for Limp Bizkit. And I don't know what the weather was like, but that Solo Boy is
He's
pretty
referencing Dick.
intense. Oh, is he really? That's a Dick callback?
Dick from Dayton was like, the weather sometimes messes with the mandolin.
Oh, that I thought it was just a funny message anyway. I didn't realize that's what was going on. Is that what he said to you when he played?
Yes.
Yeah, in the video, yeah.
Let's see that beautiful thing.
The weather.
Wow. When he's tuning it right now. Give us a little something.
And the weather, they get out of tune.
Yeah.
That completely went over my head.
Good catch, Barry.
Mm-hmm.
Is this Cory Feldman or Dick?
Let's get them playing together, shall we?
All right, Cory Feldman doesn't sound so bad now.
Mary Santora is so nice. She's so accommodating.
Yeah.
People give her a hard time for a variety of reasons, both real and made up. But, when you put the rubber to the road,
I'm a kind person.
She's
very gentle.
So accommodating and nice. Not an angry bone in her body.
Nope. Not at all. Not one single
Not what I heard.
Mm-hmm. Ruth says, Alan, I have no power in Avon, so I'm sitting next to my 2005 Chevy pickup to listen to the show on my old school radio. Thank you, Ruth. I appreciate anybody who's going the extra mile to, we have one of those hand crank radios in our bug out bags. And for people who can't listen on the app or whatever, you get, you could never foresee a day, as long as I've been doing this job, you could never foresee a day where outside of your car, you'd have a hard time finding a radio. We have an old one in our patio room that is my wife's grandfather. He passed away. There's an old radio, and I thought it was just there for, as a sentimental piece. But she said that it works. I don't know that I've ever used it, but there's that whole thing. So, okay, I missed the Dick reference there with Cory Feldman. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody's got to listen to the show.
Thank you. Well, yeah, if you're going to be working on that brothers and sisters-in-law grid for me.
Try my best.
Thank you. A lot of people hit me up about the Tim Walz thing, and we haven't really gone into the weeds on Tim Walz because there are plenty of other people who will do that. But I think one thing we can all agree on, and you primarily see this in politics, is when they do the arms raised, hands clasped.
Yeah.
There's no organic way to do that. It always looks like AI, right? Like if you were to stand there and both arms down side by side and interlace your fingers with each other and then raise your arms in unison, people are of different heights. So you look like you're doing a curtain call at the end of a production of, The Man Who Came to Dinner.
I'd be way more impressed if they did the thing where you take your fingers and slide them together and then so it looks like a butthole. and then I'd be like, oh, that's who I'm voting for. You ever done that?
Say what?
All right, give me your hand.
I have to be the butthole hand?
No, we work together.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
And then open.
Yeah.
I always thought it was supposed to look like a vagina. You've never done that, Alan?
No.
That's like a little kid on the playground thing.
Well, I haven't been a little kid for a long time.
Yeah.
We weren't doing that in
vagina,
Catholic school.
Butthole, it doesn't look like either.
Wow,
It doesn't
I was
look
gonna
like
say.
anything, but it's very, yeah.
Yeah, they'd be like,
People are worried about
Yeah.
kids not getting proper sex education, and that's how we're teaching them what.
No, this is just between two little kids.
Yeah,
They'd be
this
like,
is-
you want to see what a vagina looks like?
Yeah.
And then they'd
How
do
would a
that.
little kid know that?
Probably their older
'Cause they
brother
don't.
taught them or something.
Because
Wow.
it doesn't.
Well, I was the oldest,
Yeah.
so I guess I was of no
Yeah,
help
maybe
whatsoever to.
It's been a while since I've done that, so maybe it is a vagina thing, but either way, if you want to be my candidate.
You got to do the interlaced fingers vagina thing for Bill.
Yeah.
All right.
Love
Well,
you,
write that down, Kamala.
but please don't touch my vagina.
Yeah, but the arms raised, hands clap, because otherwise it's just somebody's hand holding onto somebody else's like palm. Because I hadn't seen them do that until last night in Philly, and I don't think either of them are particularly tall, but yeah, it's like your palm is holding the other person's fingers, but it's a standard move, a visual show of unity or whatever.
I was gonna say to show unity.
Yeah, no, I get it. Like, but when you look at their hands, it always looks like an AI rendering of fingers. There's no good way to do it. It's just weird all the way around. Just each person put up both arms and give like the old Nixon peace signs, right? Just V for victory, whatever. But it's the okay, well, maybe the interlaced fingers will work from here on out.
I think
it's more innovative.
I think it was a good pick for her.
Tim Waltz.
Appeal to the Midwest. I mean, he's more moderate than a lot of the other people she could have picked.
Well, listen, from the jump, I said Mark Kelly, who would have been great, but the margin in the Senate is so razor thin, I fully understand they couldn't spare him, especially in Arizona. And they always say it makes more sense to grab a governor than a senator. I mean, Josh Shapiro in Pennsylvania was great too, but he had a lot of strikes against him towards the end there. I mean, Pennsylvania is basically the whole ball game, so you could understand where people thought she was going to grab him, but I think he's seen as a climber too, an opportunist. And if you're going to be the vice president, you have to be cool with being in the background.
Well, and here's the other thing, too, and I've said it, and you've disagreed. Or not disagreed, but been confused by me saying this when I say I think a lot of this specific election is going to come down to undecided people or independent people who aren't sure what they want. And I think he's a good choice for an undecided.
The independent polling, the polling on independent voters now is like through the roof in their favor. So, no, you are right. I mean, this is going to be a turnout election because everybody knows pretty much who they want to vote for.
Mm-hmm.
So it's just going to be turnout.
Who shows up?
Yes. So
I still think they should do this.
And again, vice president picks aren't decisive in presidential elections. Even J.D. Vance had a classic cell phone trying to slam Kamala Harris. He's like, vice presidents don't really matter, forgetting that that's the position he's in.
That's you, idiot.
Except that they do. I mean, unless you think Mike Johnson would be a good president.
Well, they're the guy who would step in if something happens. You know what I mean? And they're also, they're your right-hand man. They're making the decisions, and they've got their own stuff going on, too.
Right. But I mean, I'm talking about, like, if they both cacked out or something, the Speaker of the House becomes the president, Currently, that's a guy who shares a porn alert app with his son. So I don't know if that's the guy you want in charge of the ship. But I was reading just kind of an interesting aside. It's the first time in 44 years that no one named Bush, Clinton, or Biden is on the ballot.
Dang.
There has been a Bush, a Clinton, or a Biden on the ballot since 1980.
That's crazy.
Yeah, it's wild. But I thought it was kind of weird that people loved it, but I thought it was kind of weird that he made the couch crack. Because it felt out of place. You don't think so?
Weird at all. He's going.
It felt weird. Like, I fully understand why, and it was funny, but I just felt out of the gate, I felt that like it was kind of weird.
You know what else I think they benefit from being 30 years younger than Trump? And not that Trump doesn't understand viral moments, but these two are clapbacks. And I love that. And I think that's going to appeal to younger voters, too.
Well, that's clearly what they're that's what they're doing. I understand that.
I think that it's going to work, where they're like, hell yeah, call him out.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. Right. You're like, what? They can say whatever they want, and we got to stand here with our thumbs up our ass? No, I get it. Yeah.
Like all regular people I grew up with in the heartland, JD studied at Yale, had his career funded by Silicon Valley billionaires, and then wrote a bestseller trashing that community. Come on! That's not what middle America is. And I gotta tell you, I can't wait to debate the guy. That is if he's willing to get off the couch and show up. So, you see what I did there?
I love it so much.
The dad joke tag. See what I did there?
See what I did there? I love
He flubbed the delivery a little bit, but I mean, he was,
It's all right. He's 54.
No, he's 60, I think.
I thought him and Kamala were the same age.
They're both 60.
Are they both 60?
Yeah. Now, again, he's younger than he looks. I was reading another thing that said that he could run for president in 2032 and he would still be 10 years younger than Trump is right now. So the guy has got a pretty impressive CV.
The corner of the internet that I love is the people calling for Maya Rudolph and Steve Martin.
Yeah.
that would be
Yeah.
I'm like, God,
They're like,
that'll
SNL
be
is going to be so good.
good. If they get them, that would be incredible.
As of today, 90 days until the election.
Jeez.
Yep. Today's August 7th, November 7th.
I'm excited.
Get out and vote, baby.
I think this is the first election where I'm going to be genuinely upset if it doesn't go the way I want it to go. Like I know it's been a big deal in the past, but this one, and I don't know if maybe I'm just getting a little bit older, or like I said, it's the
You're
first
just paying
time,
attention more,
the
too.
first time I'm really involved, where I do feel like there is such drastic different measures on both sides.
Well, you've seen it now because Roe v. Wade getting overturned and stuff like that. Like, and that really opened a lot of people's eyes. Like, oh, this does matter.
Yeah.
They're not both doing the same thing.
By the way, since Roe got overturned, abortion in this country has gone up. So we did it.
Take that.
We did it.
Take that,
MAGA suckers.
Yeah.
We did it.
Try and stop us. We ain't stopping.
All right, I got a break. I want to send a text, 35192. You can watch live if you like at alancoxshow.com. Listen anywhere on the iHeart Radio app.
We got stuff. You want stuff. Win stuff. This week at WMMS.
like hand-battered chicken fingers and cane sauce.
Raising Cane's Chicken Fingers, one love.
Traffic.
From the Elk Traffic Center, Elk & Elk has won over $1 billion for their injured clients. Call 1-800-ELK, Ohio. Seeing some slowdowns getting out of downtown, and a crash on Lee Road south of Harvard, accident on Ridge at Renwood, and still lots of closed roads because of storm damage. Got power outages as well. Come to a traffic light that doesn't work, treat it as a four-way stop. I'm Faith Nezovich in the Traffic Center.
This report is sponsored by Conrad's Tire Express and Total Car Care.
Now through August 8th, take advantage of the Ohio sales tax holiday on all parts and tire purchases at all Conrad's locations. Combined with Conrad's monthly specials and cash back on purchases, it's a triple play of savings, saving you time and money.
This is The Buzzard.
From the Bath Authority Studios.
The Buzzard.
The home of the Buzzard. The Buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
Eat that, you piece of crap.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
I was on Reddit this morning, just kind of scrolling. One of the random questions somebody asked, what United States city do you think has an unfair bad reputation?
Cleveland.
Yeah, Cleveland was on it. I would have been surprised if it wasn't. Chicago, Detroit, Baltimore, Cleveland on there. Cleveland rules. I'm a transplant and love it here, someone said. And so, yeah, I saw people, other people were like, yeah, I live in Texas and I want to move. I want to change my life. I want to move. And so I'm narrowing it down to a couple of areas around the country as a person with really no attachments, this particular individual, no kids or anything like that. And they said that they had always hear great things about Cleveland. Gorgeous park system, 3 professional teams, affordable housing, world-class symphony orchestra. That's no joke, boy. They high-five to the largest theater district outside New York City, this person says. Amazing museum. This is a terrific nightlife, they say. Don't ruin it by telling people about it. That's the postscript that a lot of people will put. Hey, don't tell people. We don't want a bunch of people coming here, I guess. But speaking of which, the Cuyahoga Valley National Forest has the most dog-friendly park in the United States. Cuyahoga Valley National Park. There's a publication that ranks these kinds of things. And for people looking for travel destinations for their dogs, Cuyahoga Valley National Park is number 1 on the most dog-friendly national parks in the entire country. And I couldn't help but thinking about the poor people who've gone out there on occasion to walk their dog, and something terrible befell their friend, and they came back alone, having to bury their best friend.
That's where your mind goes?
Under a pile of rocks. I'm sorry?
That's where your mind goes.
Well, it can be slippery. The CEO of a company called Pet Smitten said that it absolutely belongs at the very top of this list. Compared to many of our national parks, Cuyahoga Valley National Park has a refreshing lack of critters that might do harm to you and your dog. No venomous snakes, for one thing. And then the rest of them are the usual suspects around the country. A lot in Arizona, New Mexico, New River Gorge National Park in West Virginia. I prefer gorge as a verb rather than a noun. Hey, Mike, checking in from the West Coast of Ohio.
Hey, Alan, hate the show.
How are you, sir?
Good. I don't mean to extend the Cox political hour into another segment, but I did I did want to mention something that just always rubs me the wrong way, and it's not on you. You're in between fart sounds, mentioning the election isn't a problem, but like in the wider array of sort of information, why do we always just completely ignore the reality of facts and allow ourselves to be focusing on just a couple really easy A-B things where I don't have to actually know anything?
Well, who's we?
And, well, I think, given the chatter on your show, I mean, I think, I'm not saying you specifically, but generally speaking, first I'd like to start with politicians are very good at getting elected, and that says nothing about how they perform at their job or how they performed in their past in their job. It's all about getting elected and nothing else.
Well, a lot of them are good at getting
Americans,
elected, though.
No, he said they're good at getting elected.
I agree.
Yeah.
I agree. Well, I think when you look at something like...
Yes? Did Mike get taken in by the undertow there in the west coast of Ohio?
Silencing Republican voices. Alan Cox.
Yeah, but that's not him, though.
Every time.
He always sets me up for some twist.
That was the twist.
That was.
Just hanging up in the middle of it.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe he was taken under by the lapping waves and not the crashing waves.
Yes.
Over there on the west coast.
Probably.
Does the west coast of the state get lapping or crashing waves?
They don't have anything.
I'm sorry?
Oh, up top. Is he up top?
He's on the west coast of Ohio.
I assumed that meant down by Indiana.
They have a coast there?
No.
Well, the
I
joke is that
thought
he's calling
west
from the
coast just meant the west side of Ohio.
No,
not
the joke
necessarily
is the west coast.
bit-
West coast.
Not the beat.
No, listen. I couldn't tell you anything about what's going on with him, but
To go back to how great Cleveland is, Bill keeps saying I don't like it there, and that's not true at all. Actually, moving to New York has made me appreciate Cleveland in a way I never thought possible, because I always
Then
wanted...
move back. Prove it.
Dude, let me friggin' sell some tickets. Let me
not
figure out.
appreciate it that much.
No, I do. I want to come home, but I want to accomplish my goals and have something happen here.
Of course.
To make it worth my time. But literally coming here where I'm like, and again, it's home, so you're always going to look at your home differently. But I'm like, yes, they do have clean beaches and incredible parks and museum, everything on that list, all of the great things to do there. And
all easier to do easier to keep the beaches clean when you have a fraction of the people.
Correct.
Yep.
But
Smaller waves.
Smaller waves is a minus.
Lapping, not crashing.
Lapping, not crashing.
It was there I met a girl one evening. Now I'm Ohio bound.
That's my mantra in the sack. Lapping, not crashing.
I get it.
Settle down and listen to the rhythm of the polka in Cleveland, the polka town.
Cleveland is the polka town, Mary.
I know that.
New York's not known for anything musical,
one
so
thing.
nope.
But yeah, when I came here and I'm just like, why did I hate? I think it's just because I never wanted to be the guy who never left. You know what I mean? I didn't want to be like the hometown person who never left. So then once I did leave, I was like, damn, Cleveland's pretty great.
Yeah.
What am I running from? What's going on? I mean,
yeah, of course.
To advance my career in comedy, I'm in the right place for that. But everything else, all the things on the list that they're talking about, offerings of the city itself.
Yes.
Life stuff.
Right. Well, and again, depending on when people visit, that is a moving target. You know, I've been here now long enough as a transplant to have been able to see that evolution. Obviously, people born and raised and have stayed here have been privy to it the entire time. But my microcosm of the macrocosm is just the past decade and a half. Hey, Ryan.
Yeah.
What's up? Maybe there's some cell tower problems with all the storm aftermath. Hello, Ryan.
Can you hear me?
Not well.
I think I'm in a dead spot.
That's okay. Well, I hear you now.
All right, well, the reason I was calling in is I'm Clevelander, born and raised. I've lived in Cleveland my whole life. About 8 years ago, I moved down to Texas, just north of. Recently
perceived to be
moved back
the
here to
butthole of
Ohio
the world
because
sometime, right?
there is no place in the world like Cleveland. You want to find something to do, you can do it here. I love this place. This is home. This will always be home. I'm never leaving again.
It's an emotional thing, you know. I mean, no matter where you're from, there's going to be people that are telling you, "I'm born and raised in Des Moines, Iowa, and there's no city like it on the planet," and blah blah blah, you know. And yeah, no, God bless, man. I mean, I had one singular career goal, and it was to be able to get back home and work. I wanted to get hired back at home in Chicago, and that happened. And then forces beyond my control, 3 years later, I had to hit the road again. I had never planned for that. I had no further plans in my career after that. I figured I'd get back there and I'd never leave again. And that's not the way that it worked out. But, you know, there's an emotional aspect to it. I mean, everybody who, you know, some people can't wait to get out of where they're from, and that's fine too. But...
Well, you said it. There's no place like home, and for you, home in Chicago. And I've never been there. I've always wanted to go.
Dude,
I've heard it's a wonderful city to see. It's great. And it's not a bad place. I've been to New York, and I really have no intention of going back to New York ever.
You never even want to go back. You never even want to visit again.
No.
Wow.
No.
Well, you'll save yourself a lot of money. I don't know if anybody's told Mary, but it's prohibitively expensive to live there. Yeah. Okay, listen, thank you, Ryan. I appreciate it. Welcome home. He's never going to leave again. He doesn't even want to get on an aeroplane and break the Cleveland atmosphere. No, I think that I'm happy for people who, I have to say, when I go home, you know, I was at home for my sister's wedding this past weekend, and I really do kind of get in my feels when I go home because I'm surrounded by things that I know and people I love.
You and me both, brother.
And it's kind of like I'm so envious of people who never had to leave. You know, this is a nomadic job. You know, when you get into this, you're going to be moving around until you get where you want to get. And for me, that was going back home. But it didn't work out the way that I had planned on it working, and that's fine. You know, you're lucky if things work out exactly the way you planned them. But no matter where you're from, and maybe people who have had to leave Cleveland who are from here feel that same way. Maybe they understand what I'm talking about. Where I'm envious of people who never had to leave.
I'm becoming that way. Because I always looked at it as such a negative thing. Always. My entire life, I could not wait to get out of Berea and get out of Cleveland and move away. And anyone who, like my best friend Kelsey, is the biggest Berea booster I've ever met in my life. She goes to all her kids' sporting events. She's on the PTA. She's in Garden Club. She does community events. Like, she loves that city. And I was
Which is great because those communities need those kinds of people.
Right, but I always looked at her like, ew, gross, why? We grew up here. This place sucks. You know everybody. It's all drama. It's this. And I would always say that. And she'd be like, dude, this place is an amazing place to live. Like, Berea is so great. Cleveland is so great. And then when I come home and I see all those community events and art walks and garden clubs and night swims and activities for families, I'm like, man, it's pretty nice to live here. You know what I mean?
I mean, they do have all those things where you are.
Yeah, there was a night movie just 2 nights ago, I think, or last night at Astoria Park. They put up a big inflatable and showed Barbie. And everybody's sitting out at the park for free. You know, they do those things. But my point is that...
Oh, but they only show woke movies there.
No, my point is that they also do it at home.
Yeah,
and
they do it here.
Yeah,
Cleveland's got a lot of stuff. And that's why I love, you know, I spent a little time in New York. I've spent almost a decade on the road. And once I got a job on this show and I was like, oh, I can kind of be around my family more. That was really important to me, and be around people that I care about more, and then start helping build the comedy community here. It's been one of the best things that I've ever done. Like, my legacy of my performance or whatever is nothing compared to what I've been able to help build within Cleveland comedy, and that will, all be forgotten, but it'll keep building and keep going and helping those other comedians build their own stuff has been awesome, and that's because it's a great place to be.
Are you implying that there won't be a Bill Squire statue rendered in bronze in front of Hilarities at some point?
I mean, I'll talk to Nick, but probably not.
Oh, all right.
But I will be there this Sunday.
You will.
Mm-hmm.
So it'll be like a living statue.
Living statue.
Yeah.
A living statue, not facing the crowd. No, reverse crowd work show this Sunday. BillSquire.com.
Bill's going to be in copper cowboy makeup the whole time,
and
just standing there quietly and freaking out passersby. There's another one, Mary. Passersby.
And also with the internet now, there, yes, you are getting opportunities that you weren't getting here, obviously, because you got your manager and stuff like that. But you can do so many more things from a smaller market, and so I always look to guys like Dan Cummings and
you can, but you're about to quote the only two examples of successful people from smaller markets.
No, there's
Dan Cummings and Chad Daniels.
No, that's not the only two. Jason Banks.
Yes, but Jason Banks still. I mean, he blew up on TikTok.
Right, but that's what I'm saying. You can do that from anywhere.
Okay, so you named 3 people in the entire country.
But there's more than that, too. There's more than that.
Not really, dude.
There's a lot of people that have blown up on the internet. And again, blowing up is one thing. Just making a living and being happy is a different goal.
Well, at the very least, they are 2 completely different paths, but you have the options of deciding which path you want to take.
Oh, for sure.
Whereas for a long time, you didn't.
Right.
You had to hit one of the 3 cities and ply your trade.
Well, and that's
but either, whichever path you take, there's also the chance you're only going to get so far.
Right.
I'm not saying I regret coming here in any way, shape, or form, because even in 7 months being here, I feel like it.
What do you regret? Tell us now.
What do I regret?
I'm kidding.
Who knows?
Ocean sandwich.
Ocean sandwich, I regret.
Shouldn't have eaten the rest of that.
Maybe very, very sick. No, because I do think
because it became seafood and you're allergic.
So annoying. It's a proximity thing. So, if I were to get a call back for an acting gig, I keep my manager, I move home to Cleveland, and they'd be like, hey, I need you here tomorrow at noon, and it's 8 p.m., those are things that are much easier to happen here. Or, hey, I got a hold of this agent, you need to get on stage tonight. This person is going to see you tonight, tell me where to meet you or whatever. Those kinds of things.
Yeah, this isn't a hub.
It's not a hub, and
right.
I understand that, and that's, yeah. But
so the way I've been describing it to people, for me personally, when I say they're like, oh, how do you like your time in New York? I'm like, stand-up is incredible. My career's going great. Life sucks. Life sucks here. It's hard to live. Life is awesome in Cleveland. I feel like it's very easy to live in Cleveland. It's a great place with all those things. All my family and friends are there. You can drive wherever you want. You don't have to be.
But that's how you that's how you get your cream of the crop.
What?
The people willing to make the move.
Well, for sure, but comedy isn't doing what I want it to do. I can only go so far in selling tickets nationwide, doing the things I was already doing for 12 years. You know what I mean?
Right.
Need a switch up. What were you going to say, Bill?
I was going to say, but life, how important is that?
Well, and that's why I said the goal was always to come back. I'd have never wanted to live in New York forever. I mean, I did when I was newer in my career, but being with Brian and a part of his daughter's life and everything like that, it was never the idea to come here and never come home.
And you never wanted to, because for a while you were producing shows in Cleveland and they were going very well.
I hate producing shows.
It is thankless. But it is good. Yeah, and it is.
Hate it.
No, listen, I do it every week. All the time. And it is very hard to do, but it is so beneficial.
No, and I understand that. It's great for the community, it's great for you monetarily, all of those things. But all I've ever really wanted to do is live my life in Cleveland Monday through Thursday and then go on the road and sell tickets to my audience Friday, Saturday, Sunday. And that wasn't happening in Cleveland. Do you get what I'm saying? I wasn't reaching whatever I could reach trying to do that there.
Mary's not looking to give back, Bill.
I'm not asking her to give.
Right now.
Yeah, I know. But it's also one of those things where even, I mean, you know, so many people that are doing well in New York City, and they have, you know, big following and stuff like that.
And they're miserable.
They're miserable, but also like the ability to sell tickets in other cities is such a pie in the sky thing that it's so hard to do.
Correct, but at the same time,
And I'm not saying
People
you
do
definitely
it.
you
People
definitely
do it.
have a better chance of doing that with New York on your side, but it's just one of those things where we know people that are incredibly funny that
But that's the thing
they
is
can't,
that
but it doesn't happen.
because those people maybe aren't getting the opportunities that are outside of the town that they live in.
No, I'm talking about people in New York City.
And there's just a lot of people. You got to rise to the top, or you.
But
quit.
I'm talking about people at the top. I'm talking about guys that are doing really, really well.
Bobcat Goldthwait, Mary.
Oh, I forgot.
He
about
won't
that.
say it. I'll say it.
No, I'm talking about people that are, you know, our friend that just got on the FX show.
Yeah.
He's got specials out. He's done
But
so
here's
much
the
stuff.
thing. Sean Patton, he's going to be on this new show
Yeah.
English
that
teacher.
looks very funny
Yeah.
starting in September. But did he get that because he lived in New York? No casting producer would have gone down to New Orleans
No, but I'm saying
to find him.
But I'm saying everything that's led up, like that's not going to be the thing that makes him a star.
He is already a star. That's going to be the
No,
thing
no,
that
no.
sells him tickets.
But is it?
Yes.
Yeah, I think so.
If that's a big show, and
If-
it looks, even just from the trailer, looks very funny. If you're on a very successful show, yes, that's the thing that's going to move your tickets. You could have 18 specials out that don't move tickets, and you get one season of a hit show, and now you're selling out everywhere you go.
For a year.
Doesn't matter. But if you're
But
good,
I'm- but
and
I'm-
those people
no,
keep
but-
coming back,
But that's what I'm saying. And that's why, like, the people that have built their career on there's so many different ways to do it, is what I'm saying.
I agree.
And so, I think the show looks very funny. There's so many shows now. Getting on a show, even if it's FX or Hulu or whatever, doesn't immediately mean people go.
but it does mean
That
you
we're
are.
going to see to see him live.
But it means you're at an advantage. It means
Again,
and I've
I
said
agree
this
with
before.
that.
I've said this before, where it's like if I come here to New York and nothing happens, and I'm in the exact same spot that I was in when I moved here 2 years from now, I have absolutely no qualms throwing my hands in the air and coming home and being like, you know what? I did it. I tried. I went out every night. I had a manager. For whatever reason, I couldn't make it work. I have no qualm saying that. But being here, if I do get on a show or I do have an opportunity to whatever, guest host something, I have no idea what it could mean. But that puts me one step closer to my goal. And I think having a clear goal is important. My goal of
What is your clear
selling-
goal?
My clear goal is I want to live like royalty in Cleveland for half the price that I'm living in New York. And I want to work the weekends on the road. That is what I want to do. I want to sell tickets on the road and live in Cleveland. And I can't sell tickets because nobody knows who I am. So I'm coming here to try to find a way to let people know who I am.
Even better, living like royalty is a sliding scale, too. So, you know, you do that back here.
Well, let me tell you this. My expenses per month here are almost 3 times as much as they are at home. So
That's
if I
because it's
were-
3 times as fun, Mary.
But I can come home and ball the F out and buy everyone dinners and brunches and bacon or whatever you want. I can
Waffle
So
buy
how
doodles.
is that not already making it?
Because I'm not selling tickets on the road.
But I'm saying, like, but if you were to be like, okay, if I go back home and I'm making enough money to ball
But
out
I'm
and
not.
take care of my,
That's my whole point, is that I'm
but
not.
you're paying for it there, how, and you can make that much more money.
I'm paying for it here out of my savings. I'm spending every dollar I've ever made. Do you understand? Everything I've saved for the last, since my album came out in 2021, for the last 3 years, all of my savings has gotten me here, and that's what I'm spending. I'm not making money here. I'm making the exact same amount of money here that I was in Cleveland.
You're depleting your cushion is what you're doing.
Depleting my cushion is what I'm
She's
doing.
got less cushion for the pushing, Bill.
Okay, so what you're saying is it's a ticking clock. Is there any way people could come and support you, say in November?
Hilarious Thanksgiving weekend.
Yes, thank you. For everybody thinking that I was not.
Took a very circuitous route
I know
to get
what
there.
I'm doing. Yeah.
Very long way to get there, but you got there, and that's the important part. I got Megadeth tickets for you after this break. Megadeth and All That Remains are going on tour. A couple of years ago, we thought Megadeth was done. Dave Mustaine said no more, but he got his mojo back. MMS presenting the Destroy All Enemies tour late September over at the Cleveland Masonic. I will have those tickets for you after the break, and then 5:30 is going to be your last chance today to win one of these trips to Vegas for our iHeartRadio Music Festival this fall.
It's the Alan Cox Show. Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app or whatever smart device you have.
Scotty Scheffler adds gold to his green jackets.
Bring the summer games with you from your phone to your car or wherever you listen. Open the free iHeart app now and enable push notifications for live updates from Paris. iHeartRadio, the exclusive audio home of NBC's coverage of the 2024 Paris Olympics.
It's time to give some stuff away. No, it's time to give some stuff away.
All right, I want to go see Megadeth this fall. Dave Mustaine and company. WMMS presents Megadeth's Destroy All Enemies Tour with special guest All That Remains. It's going to happen Sunday, September 22nd over at Temple Live, Cleveland Masonic Auditorium. Ticketmaster.com will have whatever other bits of information you need. If you strike out here, you can buy tickets there. But don't strike out. 2 for Megadeth. Good luck. Caller 10. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
If you ever get the feeling that he doesn't love you,
don't you love me too?
Feel again. Alan Cox on 100.7 WMMS.
Oh, yeah. This album's going to be 20 years old, I think the week before Megadeth comes through. They were 10 or 11 albums in by the time this one showed up, called The System Has Failed. That wasn't one of the Megadeth records that really blew people's skirts up. I loved it for a very specific reason, in that drummer Vinnie Colaiuta played on that album. He is primarily known for jazz and fusion drumming. I don't know if he had played on a metal record before that. But I think that was right before Nick Menza died, the late, great Nick Menza, who had been a phenomenal drummer for Megadeth. But he died on stage. He was playing drums with another band, and he had a heart attack right there mid-gig. And cacked out. He was dead by the time they got him in the hospital. But Vinnie Colaiuta, who is just a phenomenal, just an amazing, one of the great drummers of the 20th century, behind the drums on that particular Megadeth record. It was one and done for him. I love when super versatile, not to say that metal drummers aren't versatile, but they are valued more for their power and speed than their versatility. And I love when very, very versatile drummers dig into the metal thing. You know, Rod Morgenstein played with Winger for a long time, and everybody made fun of Winger, but that was a band made up of very good musicians. They were just lumped in because of when they came out with all the hair bands. But Vinnie Colaiuta was primarily a session guy. I mean, this guy was drumming for Sting and Luther Vandross and all these, and he did, I'm pretty sure that was the only time that he played with Megadeth.
We're talking about goals last segment, and Brian's goal, I asked him, I was like, if you could do anything with drumming, anything music related, would you want to be in a band? Would you want to be this? And he's like, I want to be a session drummer. And I had no idea what that was.
Yeah.
Until he
You're a gun for hire.
He was like, you just go in and play drums on different people's albums, and you make a ton of money playing drums.
Is he good with chart? He's good reading charts?
I have no idea.
I mean, you have to be, but
I would assume.
Yeah.
But yeah, he said that's his dream drumming job.
Yeah.
To be a session drummer.
Yeah. I mean, I've done tracks for friends in bands over the years, but you got to be real good at reading charts. And I'm okay. But yeah, of course, right? You're always, hopefully you're always in demand. And the guy I'm talking about was one of those guys. You're up to your neck in work. By the way, you can call off the search, Mary. Brian is checking in on your career. He's been leaving messages all day long.
Brian.
You can't do it in 2 years. You need about 10 years. Look at Pound Cake. He had his own radio show at 30. You need some... You can't do it in 2 years. You need about 10 years. Look at Pound Cake. He had his own radio show at 30. You need some time. You need to be patient.
Thank you.
I don't know what he's talking about, but...
when I said I would move home in 2 years,
No, I get that. He said Pound Cake had his own radio show at 30. Pound Cake wanted his own radio show at 30.
I think that's his whole point.
He ended up getting out of the business completely.
Right.
I think Brian nailed it.
No,
that Pound Cake had his own show at 30, and then he stepped away gracefully because he made his millions. He's like, I just want to live a quiet life now.
2 years is only if nothing happens. If absolutely zero things happen and I'm in the exact same position, doing the exact same spots for the exact same pay, 2 years from now, I'm coming home.
Yeah, but if you just burn through your savings, are you going to last 2 years?
Yeah, I'll make it 2 years.
Okay.
Because, like, between this job and spot pay, I'm living.
Gotcha.
You know what I mean? And then throw in some weekends on the road, which I've cut down significantly. I'm able to pay my bills, but anything extra I want to do.
You haven't paid me anything since you moved there.
Not you.
You can cover your nut.
Yes. Anything extra I want to do, there are times like when I come home for a week and I'm taking people out and spending money and going to, carnivals, that's all usually coming out of savings.
I'll tell you what, that carnival money doesn't grow on trees.
You need it.
Let me give you this trip. The 2024 iHeartRadio Music Festival is happening in Vegas. Yeah, I just gave away those tickets for Megadeth. That is the same weekend as the iHeartRadio Music Festival. Now, I imagine 2 completely distinct fan bases. But nevertheless, you might just want that trip to Vegas. And that's fair enough. We give you $1,000 if you win this trip right now, and then tickets, airfare, hotel, you and a pal for the iHeartRadio Music Festival, the 20th and 21st of September at the T-Mobile Arena in Vegas. Paramore, the Black Crowes, Dua Lipa, Shabuzi, Hosier, Doja Cat, and many more. So listen closely, and I hope you win. Good luck.
Now your chance at $1,000 and a trip to our iHeartRadio Music Festival. Text the nationwide keyword Vegas to 200-200. You'll get a confirmation text and info. Standard data and message rates apply in this nationwide contest. That's Vegas to 200-200. WMMS.
By the way, that Shabuzi, are you hip to Shabuzi?
Mm-hmm. I haven't poured myself another shot of whiskey.
Right. He's a novelty. You know, everybody forgot about Lil Nas X. Shabuzi is a black guy doing country. And these days, that's all it takes for people to start paying attention to you. But he is getting it on with that Emily Ratajkowski. You know who she is?
Yeah.
Remember she got famous from the Robin Thicke Blurred Lines video? Mm-hmm. I mean, she was a model. She was a good-looking girl, but she was married, and that didn't really help her out so much. And she ended up dumping that guy. She married some fat ginger. And this Shabuzi dude, whose real name is Collins Chibueze, they've been packing on the PDA out in the clubs. Isn't he just the dude that did the country version of Everybody in the Club Getting Tipsy? Isn't that him?
Shabuzi?
Yeah.
I only know the current song that he has, which is called Tipsy.
Oh. Somebody did like this. They're like, haha, I get it.
His song is called Tipsy.
Everybody in the club getting tips. It's probably a white guy did that. I don't know. That feels like a white guy thing to do. Anyway, congratulations to those crazy kids. I don't know how old they are. She's 33. He's 29. There you go. Doesn't rise to the level of robbing the cradle. But Shabuzi, maybe Emily Ratajkowski will show up at the big iHeart Music Festival there. Hey, Josh.
Yeah, Alan, how's it going?
How are you?
Good. So first off, Chingy did Everybody in the Club Getting Tipsy, St. Louis's own, even though we don't really claim him anymore.
All right.
Secondly,
why don't you? Is it because it's all about Nelly in the Lou? Why don't you claim Chingy?
Chingy was post Nelly.
Well,
I know.
In St. Louis, like we were just at the Urge show.
Real quick, that's not Chingy. It's Jaquan.
Chingy is right there. I like it when you do it right there.
Jaquan does.
Now I'm
Josh, your white is showing.
Oh, come on, Josh. But Jaquan is also from St. Louis, so he's in the environment there. Yeah.
You see Nelly and the Urge. You see them around town. They do free shows all the time, and so
is Gravity Kills still kicking around?
No. It's really just the Urge and Nelly that will put on free shows at the Arch or downtown. So, yeah, it's definitely the Urge and Nelly's town.
All right.
Yeah. But the reason I called was about the Cory Feldman thing, because you said yesterday that he's obviously suffering.
Yeah.
And I I've never agreed with you so much in my life, Alan.
It was bound to happen, Josh.
I know. Yeah, you're probably right. Clock's right twice a week or something like that. I don't remember the expression.
Day is fine, too.
Anyway, we went to the Limp Bizkit show and saw Cory Feldman, and I wanted to go early because I was like, no, I want to go see Cory and just see his actual show because I've seen clips online. And it's like that dude is suffering from something in his life. And it was kind of sad to watch the whole set because he did like an hour. And it was like, man, this is really painful to watch. And everybody in the audience was like, yeah, but we loved him in Goonies and The Burbs. And I'm like, I know, but this is sad.
Well, listen, it's kind of a macabre trade-off because the audience wants to see him because there's a large amount of novelty to it. And obviously, he desperately needs that attention. So you get to the point where you don't really care if people are laughing at you as long as they're paying attention. And I think that's where he is because what the hell else is he going to do? I mean, the phone's not ringing off the hook for movies. So you got to go all in on this stuff. And it's not like the Limp Bizkit tour is some tiny tour. It's a big tour.
I don't know what that tour was. We went, and I was like, I don't know what this is. This is a hodgepodge of bands. And I'll tell you what, Limp Bizkit spends a lot of time having the PA system playing other bands' music and the crowd just singing with it.
Well, they want to give back, right?
Yeah. I guess. I just called in because I'd never seen Cory and I wanted to see him. I have no love lost for him or whatever, but I was like, man, this is just. He did probably a 1-minute guitar solo where he wasn't really even doing anything.
Well, that's kind of the clip I was playing. Is it looked like he had never touched a guitar before, so I'm not sure what he was doing.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Josh.
Anyway, that's it.
All right, there you go.
Day.
Thanks, pal. There's Josh listening in St. Louis. Here's that clip of Cory Feldman at the Hollywood Casino Amphitheater is where they played in St. Louis. And even the look on his face is one of
this isn't
is anybody buying this? Is kind of the look on his face. Is anyone believing that I'm doing anything here? As he's playing an Eddie Van Halen signature guitar. That, to me, is the greatest indignity. Anyway, people cheering for him, and ultimately that's all you want. I got Charlie's on hold again. I'm not picking up. But this guy, I wonder what he's looking for. Because if I pick up, he'll just start screaming.
Wait, again?
Yes.
You can be like, this is your last chance to make
No,
sense,
I'll let him sit.
sense.
No. Because it's on me at this point, right? I mean, how many chances? I mean, from the jump, we've realized he's not really trying to have a conversation. He's not trying to have like a back and forth. Right. Yeah. Alan Shabuzi is the pit bull of country. I don't know what that means. I thought Nickelback was the pit bull of country.
Nickelback isn't.
Nickelback's not country.
Why are they going on tour with country acts?
Because
they're not.
Yeah, they are. Their opening acts now are country bands. And there's nothing wrong with that, but I mean, clearly they're really, really comfortable with.
Right, but that wouldn't make them the Nickelback or the pitbull of country, because they're not playing country music. They're just playing kind of a crossover audience.
You never heard that song Rockstar? It's one of their biggest songs. It's a country song.
It's not a country song.
Sure it is.
It's just a bad song.
Well, shades of difference.
I'm through with standing in line. The clubs I'll never get in. It's like the bottom of the ninth, and I'm never gonna win this. Life hasn't turned out quite the way I want it to be.
That's not a country song?
I don't think so.
Hells yes, that's a country song.
Whoa!
All right. Thank you.
Oh, big city mayor!
I was going to say, I love Nickelback so much that just slipped out of my mouth. Oh, my God, I'm so sorry.
I was drunk half the show, and I didn't let anything out. And here's sober for 5 years, Mary, dropping F-bombs. Oh.
I didn't mean it. I was just going to... I effing love them so much. It's what came out of my mouth.
Well, that's what you get for loving Nickelback that much.
For Nickelback. Of all the bands.
I know, of all the plant your flag in.
Oh my god. Of all the bands to get dumped on air.
All right, on that note, I've got to take a break. If you want to send a text, 35192, AlanCoxShow.com for everything else.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere.
from the Bath Authority Studios.
The Buzzard.
The home of the Buzzard.
This is 100.7 WMMS. Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
Pay attention to notice the reverse of everything that is normal becoming abnormal.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
You know what I like most about the people who work in our traffic department, whether it's Faith or Pat Butler or Mike, is that no matter what is going on out there, they will incorporate that information in the same professional tone, right? There's been a whole lot of things in the aftermath of this storm that they've had to report in the traffic report. Hey, earlier she was like, traffic's backed up because of a building collapse. So, you know, I have to think that even in borderline apocalyptic times, you're going to get that same level of professionalism. They're going to say, hey, there's a backup on Biddulph Road because demons are pouring out of the sewers. And their tone won't change at all, nor should it. They want to put you at ease. Few things are as frustrating as those traffic reports. When you're trying to get somewhere.
Destroy the lights, remember, it's a four-way stop.
It's a four-way stop. I'll tell you what.
It's a lot of people don't seem to know that.
This is the first time I have noticed, though, and maybe it's just in my neck of the woods, but that's probably not true, is how many stop signs have been put there in the ground at the traffic lights that are out of whack.
Oh, yeah.
Usually they just get the word out. They're like, hey, dummies, it's always a four-way stop. There are a lot of, not makeshift, I mean, they're legit stop signs, but they're, you know, hammered on a stake in the ground right there by the... So they've seemingly distributed a lot of those where I don't recall that being that extensive before.
Mm-hmm. I've never, they didn't do anything like that all through Lakewood and Cleveland where I'm driving.
I mean, I saw it in Rocky River. I saw it in out by where I am. I mentioned, that texter referred to Shabuzi as the pit bull of country. I was reading that Pitbull bought the naming rights to the stadium for Florida International University. They're going to play at Pitbull Stadium.
Good for him.
You know, if you got the money.
Yeah.
Now, you might not know this, but Pitbull is from Florida.
Oh.
And this guy, he's got a real boner for that state. And so Pitbull...
That state kind of looks like a boner.
All the better. The Board of Trustees at FIU, Florida International University, will vote. I think this vote already happened. I think they approved it. A 5-year deal. $1.2 million annually to rename Panthers Stadium, that's the team, to Pitbull Stadium. His vodka,
I love it.
His vodka brand will be distributed in the stadium and the stadium club.
Hell yeah.
Pitbull will be referred to as the official entrepreneur of FIU athletics. See, Pitbull doesn't just want to be known as a pop star because he's popular in the sense that he has collaborated with a lot of popular people. So he's very pervasive. But I think first and foremost, he sees himself as a businessman. So he always conducts himself in a certain way. He was Mr. 305 when he was trying to break out locally. Then he did. Then he became Mr. Worldwide.
Mm-hmm.
And people can slag Pitbull all they want. People laugh when he calls himself a rapper, that kind of stuff. Whatever. Pitbull seems to be having a good time and making money doing it. I'll tell you what, Mary, this guy selling tickets on the weekend.
I know what he's doing. He's trying to get to Pitbull status.
Mary Santora Stadium. How do you like the ring of that?
What university are you buying?
I went to Toledo.
Mud Hen Stadium is now Mary Santora, Memorial Stadium.
Hey!
You died?
Come on.
She will be dead by then, yes. Pitbull has the option to renew this agreement for an additional 5 years as of August 2029. This first deal goes through August of 2029. He can renew it for another 5 years for another $6 million. He has the right of first refusal, of course. So in 5 years, when they're shopping the naming rights around, Pitbull will get the first look.
I want more famous people to do this.
I was thinking that. I'm like, all these famous people have that kind of money.
Why not?
Right. Like somebody, like I want there to be a game at Barry Manilow Stadium.
Barry Manilow Stadium. You know, a name that's most closely associated with sports.
That's what I want, is I want the people that have nothing to do with sports to be like, yeah, I'll buy that.
Richard Simmons Memorial Stadium. But what's the nickname? I mean, this year they're going to call it the Pit.
Yeah.
Or what are you going to call Barry Manilow? BM Field?
The Lowdown. The BM Field. Yeah.
So his vodka brand will be distributed there.
Mm-hmm.
The ability anytime for a Pitbull-affiliated performer to perform at halftime or post-game of a home game. So this is a way for him to take the people in his stable and go, hey, here you go. This guy's on Pitbull's label
Mary,
or whatever.
get on that label, get in that stable, and then go do a stand-up show at halftime.
Yeah.
For sure.
That'd be
Florida,
great.
They'd love that.
Mm-hmm.
He gets 2 suites anytime he wants, a 40-person capacity, and 20 VIP parking passes every year. He will help promote FIU and FIU athletics. I don't think I've ever heard of Florida International University. It sounds like an online school.
Maybe
you ever heard of Florida International University?
Yeah, FIU's had some.
They're in Miami.
Had some. I mean, they're not like a top school, but I've heard of them.
Notable alumni. Andy Garcia. You know Andy Garcia, famous actor?
He was in Ocean's 11.
Dennis
and
Lehane.
13 and 12, I think.
Dennis Lehane is the author of Mystic River, I believe. Very famous author. Elizabeth Perez. She works for CNN and Espanol. Amy Carrero. She's an actress. I've seen her in things. Disney Channel. Well, so a lot of notable alums have come from that school. Carlos Arroyo. You know Carlos Arroyo? From Puerto Rico. He played for the...
player,
yeah. Played for the Heat and the Celtics. He's kind of a journeyman player.
There was a big... he led the Puerto Rican national team against a USA basketball team, and they beat them, and it was a big, like, upset. Like, people were freaking out over that, and so that was like his big shining moment for Carlos Arroyo. Yeah.
So a lot of people there who are going to be probably going to see games at Pitbull Stadium for $6 million a year, which you got to think is a drop in the bucket for Pitbull.
I remember our friend Jason Law had a joke about that. It's like, USA basketball lost to Puerto Rico in basketball. I can understand if it was like a turn and double place contest.
I liked when the Olympics was amateurs. I don't like the pros in the Olympics. I like it all to be amateur athletes. I know they're trying to get eyeballs and there's money involved and all that, but so Pitbull also working with EA Sports to make sure that FIU Stadium in the game is called Pitbull Stadium. Right?
He's really going for it.
Well, you have to, right? You can't be playing that game. A lot of eyeballs on that thing and have it be called Panther Stadium still. He represents South Florida at the Daytona 500 in February. Of course, he is Mr. 305. He was the halftime performer at the WMMS. Can we go home, please?
Bro, you're the one keeping
us
here.
You're the one who's going to say that.
Keeping us. You're the one keeping us here.
It's your show.
Yeah.
I cussed about Nickelback. You can't say anything
like
right.
I'm the guy. I'm the guy from the Breakfast Club.
Being the pro.
Did you hear that, Mary? The guy who showed up drunk over there.
I heard what he said.
Is the pro, according to him.
Being the pro.
Just because he didn't accidentally almost drop an F-bomb.
Oh, that one got out. That one.
It did not.
Pretty out.
No, I hit the button right away.
I stopped myself.
I listened to the clip.
Listen, I'm not saying it didn't. It got out of her mouth.
Well,
not that it got over the air.
I don't care. All I care about is what gets out over the
Right,
air.
but do you think it got out of her
No, I listened to the clip. It's not in there.
Thank you.
Took it out. I got you.
Restrained myself.
It's on the live stream, so we could really.
Well, I don't care about that. All I
Well,
care
I'm
about
just
is what
saying,
goes
like,
out over the air.
I know about that, but I'm just saying, like, I feel like most of it got out.
Well, that's fine.
Maybe not the K, but the C.
The people listening on YouTube, I don't care about that. You say whatever you want on YouTube.
Right.
But if I got to make sure it doesn't go out over the air.
Brian called me in the break. He's like, "What's going on?" I was like, "I got worked up about Nickelback."
Of all the things.
He goes, "I saw you at the concert. I understand." He's like, "You love them."
She's like, honey, I've never even accidentally dropped an F-bomb over you, let alone Nickelback. So anyway, the Panthers at Pitbull Stadium will open their campaign end of this month against Indiana University, which is, of course, first and foremost, not a football school. Their first home game will be against Central Michigan, the CMU, on September the 7th. Remember Harrison Butker, speaking of football?
Yeah, just got a huge contract.
He's
That
the
way
highest paid
his
kicker
wife
in the
can
National
stay
Football
home
League.
and just be a lady.
Well, listen, again, you might not like what he said, but if he's good at his job, that's what matters. Harrison Butker is the guy that gave that convocation address and told everybody that, hey, it's real cute that you girls want to go to college, but you're going to be barefoot and pregnant because you're graduating from a Christian school, and that's kind of what we do. And stop being so woke, you damn kids. Yeah, he got himself a nice big fat contract.
I mean, he's good.
A 4-year deal for $25.5 million, almost $18 million of it is guaranteed. So that's pretty good. So when that's guaranteed, do they give that to you up front? They cut you a check for $18 million?
No. So
it just means whatever happens, that's what they owe you.
yeah, you'll always get whatever's guaranteed. You get no matter what.
Why didn't they just give it to you up front?
Because they
Taxes?
You won't pay.
Well, it's all no. It's how the cap structure pays out.
Legal stuff.
Yeah. So
okay.
they don't want all of that to go against the salary cap in 1 year. So they'll parse it out over a signing bonus. The way athletes just get so much money for being able to sign their name is not talked about because they get signing bonuses.
That's why these
all
kids
the
are
time.
like changing their families' lives when they get drafted.
Mm-hmm. But
Now-
I mean, just being able, and all you did was sign your name.
Obviously, he's very good at
I
what
can
he
sign-
does.
and they don't even know cursive anymore.
They put a big X. Done. I mean, obviously he's very good at what he does, but his profile was not raised nationally because of his kicking ability.
Correct.
It was because of that
speech, yeah.
Speech, yeah. Benedictine College. And encourage the female grads to become homemakers instead of pursuing professional careers, which is exactly what you want to hear on the day of you graduating from college with a degree.
Waste of time and money.
Hey, look at that. Well, I mean, it doesn't bother me. I make tens of millions of dollars for kicking. They walk me out and I kick and I walk back and I pocket $18 million no matter what happens. So, and again, his teammates, they didn't have anything to say. They're like, yeah, whatever. Patrick Mahomes and Kelsey and all those guys, they were like, yeah, whatever. He's entitled to his opinion. And he was speaking if you ever thought that the guy had a receptive audience, it was probably at a Christian school. He made 94% of his kicks last season, so he's very good, including all 6 from beyond 50 yards. So he's a clutch dude.
Mm-hmm. Good with his foot, whether it's going to kick a ball or putting it in his mouth, he gets the job done.
They refer to him. They said the argument could be made that he's one of the 4 most important players on that team behind Mahomes, Travis Kelsey, and Chris Jones. Harrison Butker. Well, to hear him tell it, I'm sure he'd say,
now get that bag, bro.
He's got the Lord on his side. Touchdown Jesus is on his side every time. And we don't know otherwise. Who are we to say otherwise? Maybe he knows something we don't. I mean, The tips of his toes certainly do. But he might know something otherworldly that we don't know. And you have to allow for that possibility.
He watches over us
from down below.
His power and his glory darken every dawn. O Satan, prince of darkness,
You're my Lord.
Hail Satan, you're my Lord. Hail Satan, everyone. Hail Satan, prince of darkness, you're my Lord. Hail Satan.
Hail Satan!
Is your friend Jack Black?
Hi, Ellen. I'm just listening to Mary talk about how bizarre it is to do comedy in a virtual setting with people that you can't see. And I used to teach for a virtual school, and it was very similar to that because I had some students that would never turn their camera or microphone on, and they would just type. And that's how I had to teach these kids. So I never thought of how bizarre it was until she described it in the form of comedy. Anyway, that sucked. Bye.
Anyway, that sucked.
Is that Shannon with her hot voice?
One of them.
Yeah.
Yeah, the VR comedy show I did in the metaverse.
Right.
Yeah, it was weird.
Yeah.
It was cool, but it was weird and scary.
Not to be confused with the Mediverse, which is all doctors.
Very different.
Yeah.
Both fake.
Will the bathrooms be renamed pit stops at FIU Stadium from here on out? I mean, that's as good as anything else, I guess. But, yeah, Pit Bull Stadium.
No, it's going to be Pit Bull and Pit Cow.
Right. Yeah.
That won't piss anybody off. Where's the cows' room?
Why would that make anybody mad? Come on. They're just having a little bit of fun.
Mm-hmm.
Pit Bull's all about fun. It's Mr. 305. Adorable. Well, now, why isn't he Mr. 786? Because, you know, that's also a Miami area code.
It's not the popular one.
Oh, 305 is probably the OG.
Yeah.
Like, I still have my 312 cell number. I got the OG area code. He's got
Kalamazoo.
Pardon me?
Chicago.
Kalamazoo. I don't even know the Kalamazoo area code.
Isn't that where your first gig was?
Yeah, but I never changed my phone number. What's the area code in Kalamazoo, Michigan? 269. There you go. I thought it was 616 back in the day.
No, Detroit's 313.
Yeah, no, I know, but when I was in Kalamazoo in the mid-90s, I think it was still 616, or big parts of southwest Michigan were that. Anyway, who cares? Mr. 305 has plopped down. He's the $6 million man, if you will. Mike and Parma, Alan, the kid's electric skateboard just ran out of charge in front of my house, and now he's just staring at it and doesn't know what to do. Well, that's just poor planning, right? That's why you want to have... I got to tell you, I have the kids in my neighborhood. I don't mean kids. I mean like 11, 12, 13. Mm-hmm. They're all riding e-bikes now. Like they're zipping around like they're on junior Harleys. I'm like, does anybody ride a bike anymore? Does anybody like work to make a bike move?
Why would you if you could do that?
They look super fun.
Yeah.
But I'm like, they're not cheap
very
either.
Fast, yeah.
I'm like, well, Jesus, your parents buy any of these giant, you know, this one kid, he's got these fat tires on him and he's like
a motorcycle.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He's like flying around the corner. Like, Jesus. No, it looks like a great time. But I don't see that many kids like riding analog bicycles. I don't know what they're OG bicycles anymore.
But why would you if you can get an e-bike?
Yes, I mean,
it for you?
It'd be fun.
There's probably some kid that wants to ride with them, but he's got the regular bike, and they're like, you can't keep up with us.
Can't keep up. Stay at home,
Dick.
Dick.
But he's going to eventually be able to keep up with them. He's going to be a great bicyclist and then win the Tour de France.
Or they're just going to cut all of his...
or else I'll just go inside and just play video games.
Yeah. All right, I got a break here. Are you taking off, Mary?
Yep, I'm out of here.
All right, cool.
Okay, bye.
We'll break here. You want to get the last word in? Shoot me a text, 35192. I I think the Cory Roddick experience. I know the Guardians are playing the second half of that doubleheader, but I don't think we're switching over to that.
But it might not be Cory because he might still be without power, so it'll be Cory or Rob.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Because Rob was filling in for him last night. I caught some of Rob last night.
It is Cory Roddick tonight.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
So that'll be up at 6:30, but we'll come back, wrap everything up.
The Alan Cox Show. On our free iHeartRadio app and your favorite smart device. Just tell it to play the